Okay, good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the March 4th, 2025 regular meeting of the City of Rolling Meadows Planning and Zoning Commission to order at 7 p.m. Please silence your electronic devices. Staff, could you please call the roll?
Certainly. Commissioner Burchett.
Here.
Commissioner Garkin.
Here.
Commissioner Sheehan.
Here.
Commissioner Leone.
Here.
Commissioner Modi.
Here.
And Chair Buckingham.
Here. With
And
6 members present, I declare a quorum. Now on to the approval of the minutes of the prior meeting dated February 4th, 2025. Any comments, corrections, or items to discuss? Hearing none, can I then have a motion to approve the minutes from February 4th, 2025?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Modi. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Gerken. By voice vote. All in favor, please state yes. Yes. All opposed, please state no. With 6 yeses and 0 nos, the minutes are so approved. There are no items of pending business, and we have 6 items of new business. There's a lot on the agenda tonight, so before we get started, just a few words, and we'll try to get everyone out of here as soon as we can. It's great to see everyone who's come out tonight. We'll get to the Kirchhoff Road downtown matter after handling 2 preliminary matters that should not take too long, so appreciate everyone's patience. Just for the uninitiated, this is the Rolling Meadows Planning and Zoning Commission. We're all fellow residents of the city. We're all volunteers, and we are just doing our part to do what we can to help the city be as good a place to live and work as it can be. So our role tonight is to hear matters that come before us as a body related to planning and land zoning matters, whatever that may be. And our role is typically to create a record, if you will, or to take testimony, receive evidence, and then make a recommendation to the city council to take action in the matter. And so typically what we do is not binding, it's just a recommendation. What the city council does is binding. And so hopefully we'll be able to reach a vote on certain matters tonight that are very important to the city and obviously to you all. That's why you're here. But just understand the role here is to create a record and to present evidence. You'll be asked to appear before us if you're interested in providing comment or question. That'll be on the record. This is not a trial. It's just kind of fact-finding and creating a record for the city council to review and act on. So with that being said, our first item is a workshop for a smoking lounge proposal at 5540 South New Wilkie Road. And this is a workshop, so I don't know if staff, do you want to provide any introductory remarks before we get started?
Certainly, Commissioner.
Or any other recommendations how to proceed?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. So here briefly, and with all these preliminary items, they're just time-sensitive issues that we're trying to accommodate before April. In this case, the individual here present, if you'd like to step forward, is considering the purchase of this property, the old Isabella's Cafe there on New Wilkie. The timing didn't line up to be able to do a special use hearing before they have to make some decisions about the property, and they asked for a few minutes to consult with you. Smoking lounges are a special use in the city. They're subject to certain provisions of state law around the Smoke Free Illinois Act. They're also subject to some licensing provisions in the city code for how we handle tobacco establishments. And with that, I would defer to the applicant.
Good evening, sir. So what we're doing tonight is we're not deciding anything. We're just hearing from you what you have in mind for your proposed business with maybe a view toward giving you some guidance or recommendations, and then you can proceed further or make your own decisions. And we would encourage you, obviously, to work with city staff closely if you choose to proceed in this matter, because this is a special use. It's not by right. you're gonna need to satisfy certain conditions in not only the zoning code, but also in the city business license code as well as state law, given the nature of the business. So
Okay.
please state your name, full first and last name, and spell it for the record if you would.
Mr. Chairman, if I could interrupt briefly and just note, I apologize. There's a bit of paper provided by the applicant there at the dais that you may want to refer to during this discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the idea that we have and we want to bring to rolling meetings.
Your name, sir?
My name is Karim Bouzamor, K-A-R-I-M, and the last name B-O-U-Z-A-M-M-O-U-R.
We're not swearing in, are we, Mr. Cole?
Not for
Okay.
this item, no.
Now you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the diversity of the population of Rolling Meadows and the lack of having a hookah lounge, which is a fun environment and fun lounge where everybody can hang out, gather, meetings, enjoy nice drink and smoke. A lot of population from club that they are smokers, they go to other towns around the area, and we did a study and we met a lot of people that we see. They go to Schomburg and other areas for hookah lounge. Hookah lounge that we are planning to open is a classic royal style. It's a very elegant style. We've been in the business for 30 years, from opening restaurants, hookah lounges, cigar lounges, and so on and so on. We see there is a great opportunity to add something positive to Rolling Meadows area. When it comes to the property, we will definitely follow the rules and regulations and whatever is required from us by the city. We will make sure of that, absolutely. The hookah lounge, it's an investment in the community, not just for us. All these folks, they will benefit from employment. The city will benefit also from the tax, from the income, and also we will add value to the area where the hookah lounge is going to be situated. The property is really a big and it's a good size for really a nice hookah lounge, not a small size one. Saying that, I see if we have the opportunity to be able to have this achieved in Rolling Meadows, we will be able to bring more ideas and more items to the area. Currently, I have a restaurant also in Tilly Park, Mediterranean, and I created a franchise from it. And I'm willing to see all the areas that they will be able to have a demand for something healthy style food and so on and so on. So that's the reason we are here. We approached the city and we understand it's a special use, and because of the lack of have no hookah lounge, and we want people to stay spending the money in Rolling Meadows. They don't have to go anywhere else. So that's basically the bottom line what we came here for, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Now's the opportunity we have to ask you any questions. So I would open it up to my fellow commissioners if they have any.
What would the planned hours be of the business?
Hours will be from 11 a.m. or 12 a.m. all the way to 10, 12 o'clock, midnight, basically 12 to 1, give or take. So that will be the time frame that everybody can be able to come and enjoy something nice.
So if I heard you right, so until midnight would be the closing? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it going to be age restrictions, like, 21 and up?
Oh, absolutely. We will have security all the time, verifying the age, and that's a must. It's not a choice. And we enforce that law in all our businesses that we have already.
Now, I noticed that there's no alcoholic beverages, so you're not even considering that. It's just listed as juices, milkshakes, ice cream, gelato, tea, etc. So there's going to be no alcohol. So
No alcohol. It's a dry, basically. There is no alcohol involved. It's only soft drinks, no alcohol beverages, fruits, stuff like that. That's all it is.
And so security, so you're going to have your own kind of security people in that?
Yes, there will be always a security team that there are 2 shifts, and at the door, basically, they will verify credentials of every individual before they enter.
So it's only one door in and one door out, except for the fire exit.
Yes,
of
correct.
course.
Yes, sir.
And so is that from 11 to 12, Sunday to Sunday, or
7 days a week.
7 days a week?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Will you be purchasing this property?
Yes, we are willing to purchase the property and expand on to see where we are going with this. If we can be able to be given the opportunity to show what we can bring to the city, we will purchase the property immediately.
And you would be planning improvements on the outside as well as the inside?
Absolutely. We will create a green zone outside that will be very attractive to the eye. If you're driving by, you definitely it will catch your eyes. We create always something classy and nice that everybody can feel comfortable and can feel elevated on their value once they are inside.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have multiple locations of similar.
Yes, my
So-
partners, they have hookah lounges already in Schaumburg in the city of Chicago. I did also already hookah lounges and cigar lounges in South Carolina. I have opened restaurants all my life. I have currently created a franchise from a Mediterranean style that I opened in Tinley Park. And we're willing to show what we have. It's something very unique. We just want that opportunity to be given, and then we're like, okay, now you can tell us if you are proud of us, and there is anything that we have to be able to follow based on the law, we will be the first one to do that.
When did you open the location in Schaumburg?
Sure. 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Yeah. And we can see all our locations and the others, we see people that are coming from different areas. So I looked at it, every town is leaving money going out of the city to other towns. I'm like, why can't we do something better? We provide a safe, fun environment for these folks. The city will generate substantial income from this venue, and hopefully there will be more and more coming in different directions.
What's the name of the location in Schaumburg? Sorry.
Arabian Nights.
Oh, Arabian Nights. Got it.
Arabian Nights?
Yeah, I've driven by it, yeah.
Oh, that's on Roselle, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have Crunchy Tinley Park
Yep.
and more to come.
Who would you say is your typical customer in terms of age or sex
The age,
or
the
anything
age
else that comes to mind?
30s to 50s. So if you look at the percentage of the population, even non-smokers, they will enjoy it because hookah, it's not just a cultural thing when it comes to the Mediterranean culture or Middle Eastern. It's a flavorful fruits. So it smells good. It's very smooth sit down. It's different. It's not the picture. I opened the cigar lounges as well. It has nothing to do with cigar lounges.
And you charge for the tobacco, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Of course, absolutely.
What
That's-
kind of pricing are we talking about for? I have no idea, how this works, but what type of pricing are you talking about?
Pricing, they are range between $20 and $30 for the hookah.
Okay.
And for the beverages, it depends on the beverage, but between $4 and $10, give and take for the cost.
What about music? Is there music playing? What kind of
There will
music?
be a background music.
Okay.
It's a smooth lounge background, smooth.
Yeah.
It's not
Loud.
No.
Okay.
The idea is to go where you can feel comfortable, chill, relax, wind down, think about whatever you have in mind, meet friends, meetings, business meetings. We want to create a real style of hookah lounge, not the hookah lounge where you go inside, smoke everywhere, loud. That's not exactly the idea what we want to bring in. We want to bring something different, something everybody will be like, okay, we can support this style and will be good for it to have it in our town.
And there's nothing planned for outside in terms of an outside patio? Or,
Yes, we
oh,
are
there
going
is.
to create a patio outside. It's we are hiring a professional company that they will design for us the outside green zone with plants and sit down. So it will be really, really beautiful just to look at it from outside before you get inside. And also the neighbors where this building, I know is going to add, once we purchase and we put the money more, it's almost $1 million and a little bit more, it will add more value to the area as well, to that strip. There are businesses around, and that's a commercial area. So I know it's a positive add.
Sorry, just maybe to follow up on Commissioner Buckingham. So would there be smoking
Yeah,
happening
that was going to
outside?
be my follow-up.
If it's allowed, yes. If it's not allowed, it will be sit down outside, having a nice beverage and
Okay.
just relax. So we will follow the rules. Whatever is permitted from the city, we will follow those guidelines.
Have you yet looked at the city business license requirements as well as the state law?
Yes.
Okay. Being familiar and operating these
Yes,
before
we will
you're...
provide everything that's required
Okay.
because we do it already before and before. It's
Okay.
something that we are familiar with.
Now, are you gonna look at the hayback system? Because I'm assuming that's gonna have to be upgraded
Absolutely, sir.
and serviced, since I think that business has been closed for about, 2 years now?
I think so, yeah. We will give attention to every small details. We will make sure this building has everything that's the law required, from the air, the clean air, all that, everything that we were going for.
And you make sure that, of course, the fire alarms work and all
Absolutely,
that
sir.
other stuff.
Of course.
And
When
you
you
work,
put, yes,
and you'll work also with city staff to
Yes.
to whatever they need wise to make this happen. And
absolutely.
as far as the patio, yeah, I think we're gonna have to see if there's a regulation for smoking outside as well as that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I got a quick question here. I'm looking at our overhead of the location. I think it was fast food before that, but parking, what are you gonna do with parking? Because it doesn't look like this location has a ton of parking.
It has a huge parking. It has parking on the right side, left side, the back, and the front. Actually, 32 parkings.
I think that's your neighbor's parking to the south of of the property. I'm just looking at overhead of.
I'm not sure what's that reflecting in that picture, but with the realtor and everything, we have 32 parkings that belong to this property.
32 parking
32,
spots?
yes.
And how many people are expected to be inside the location?
Maybe 70, so everybody will have definitely a parking. And if, let's say, we have more people coming more than the parking, we will be able to hire a company that will be providing a valid parking. And we will reach out to the city to see where we can be able to do that. We will be always working with the city. We want to be able to help and to expand and to grow with the city as well.
Because you know, with the zoning code, there's certain minimum parking requirements
correct.
for your business, and
Yes,
I'm not sure what those are for this type of business in this area, but that's something you could certainly work with staff on.
yes, absolutely.
Correct,
And we
okay.
will be able to provide exactly what they are looking for and to follow what is permitted actually. We will make it happen, absolutely.
Any other questions? Do you have any questions of us or staff at this time?
No, thank you so much just for meeting us and giving us the chance to explain our idea. And hopefully we have your support to be able to bring more venues and more business to this area. It's a beautiful town, beautiful people, and it has great potential, and that's the reason we are here.
Appreciate your interest in the city. I mean, it sounds like you know what you're doing. It sounds like this could be something promising to approve. I would just encourage you, obviously, to work closely with staff.
Okay?
Dot your i's, cross your t's, and have a particular emphasis on beautifying the property, particularly from the outside. I think that can only help the application, and we're
Okay.
welcome to hopefully see you back here. So-
Absolutely, it will be my
And-
pleasure, and it's an honor to meet all of you this evening. Thank you so much.
And make sure that when you deliver the packet, that you have architectural drawings on what you're gonna do, what you're gonna modify, how it's gonna look inside, outside,
Okay?
what kind of signage you want. I'm gonna have to work with the city. I think there's limitation on signage
Yes, I
and
understand.
and everything. And if you need to work with the businesses around there or something for additional parking, that's another thing that you'll have to present to the city also.
Okay?
All right?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Yep, good night.
Thank you.
On to matter number 2 for this evening. It's a public hearing on a text amendment authorizing schools, public, nonprofit, and private as a special use in the M1 Business Parking Zoning District, as well as matter number 3, which we're going to hear together, but we'll take separate votes on, which is a public hearing, a special use permit for Virtual Connections Academy to operate as a school at 1715-1725 Winnetka Circle. That would be a Virtual Connections Academy petitioner under the approval of RMS Property 4 LLC, the property owner. So staff, is the file in order and has proper notice been given?
Yes, it is, and yes, it has.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to open the public hearing in the matter and to enter the staff report included in tonight's packet into the record?
I'll motion to open the public hearing and enter the staff report for the public hearing for the text amendment for public schools and nonprofit and for a special use permit for Virtual Connective Academy.
Motion by Commissioner Gerken. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Leone. Give it to you.
No.
By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. With 6 yeses and 0 nos, the motion carries and the public hearing in the matter is now open. I would now call upon the petitioner to present his or her request. If you can come forward, sir. And we're familiar with your application. We've read the packet. Now's the opportunity to present any additional information or to provide a summary of your application as you wish. Then we can ask you questions. Then we turn it over to the city to do the same, and then we invite any comment from the public, if any. So if you could please state your first and last name and provide your address and spell your name for the record. And we're going to swear you in after that.
Sure, and I thought the remote was working. Aha, it goes this way. Sorry. My name is Sal Rappaport, and the address we are currently located at is 865 East Wilmette Road in Palatine.
And spell your name, sir.
S-O-L is the first name, last name is R-A-P-P-A-P-O-R-T, and I appreciate Commissioner and all of you allowing us to speak with you.
Sure. Please raise your right hand, sir.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So how are you related to petitioner? What is your role?
So I'm one of the founders of the School of Virtual Connections Academy.
Got it. Please proceed, Mr. Rappaport. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Sal Rappaport. My partners are here as well as our principal and our clinical director. Virtual Connections Academy is a private therapeutic day school for children who have disabilities under the Individual with Disabilities in Education Act, which is a federal law, and of course Illinois follows that law. So we have currently 50 students, and we were the very first therapeutic day school that's virtual for special needs children in the entire state. While we are private, we are publicly funded. What I mean by that is all of our students come from public schools, mostly in the area, including we have students from Rolling Meadows. And the public school actually pays their tuition. Families do not pay a single penny to come to our school. It's all publicly funded by the school districts, and the school districts mostly get most of their funding, get reimbursed from the state, from state and federal funds. So this is our administration team, and you have these materials. We currently have 11 teachers, 5 program assistants. We have 8 psychotherapists, an art therapist, a restorative interventionist, a vocational therapist, and currently have 50 students. We've had a wait list of over 20 students for a long time, which means we have over 20 students who are sitting at home not getting an education by their districts in the area. And so we've been looking to try to expand, and one of the difficulties we've had is obviously location, but also frankly finding teachers, because there's a big teacher shortage right now, and I will keep the presentation short because I know you have a busy day. So while we are a virtual school, we're virtual and we're in person. So I want to explain that a little bit. Our goal is we want the kids to come into our school. We want to get them in to see our staff in person in our school and get them there enough that we can get them back to their home school or get them to a school that they can go to full-time in person. We are not a full-time in-person school. We do home visits. Our therapists go out to the homes and provide psychotherapy in the homes. Our teachers go out to the homes and work with the students on their homework and their schoolwork. We do virtual classes, so our teachers are often in the building. Some students are there, and some are at home. And this is just an example of some of the photos we have. We have group lessons, we have live lessons, we provide all kinds of services. We do art therapy, we provide music therapy, we even have a therapy dog that comes in, and that is the big motivator for kids. We also do cooking groups, we do field trips. Some of the purpose of doing those is to get kids into the building. If we can get them into the building, we can engage them more, and the goal being to get them back out of our building and back home, meaning to their home school or to a full-time therapeutic day school. And we also provide transitional services for older students because we want to help them get jobs in the community and be successful in that regard. We also have a whole STEM program. I'm going to just skip the field trips for time's sake and talk about our future plans. So we would like to be able to expand because we know there's a huge need. As I said, we are the first school in the state that was authorized to provide virtual education for students with special needs, students with disabilities. And so we want to increase it initially of 20 students, but eventually possibly to add up to 20 more to have a maximum of 90. We would be adding, once we get to the maximum, and obviously adding staff along the way. 8 more teachers, 8 more therapists, and 4 program assistants. In public schools, they're often called teacher's aides. This is the location where we're going. One of the concerns that I know has been raised is that of parking. We do have an agreement from the landlord that we would have 60 designated spots for us. Now, it's important to understand that only about half of our staff are ever in the building, usually at a time, because the other half are out doing home visits. The only time we really get all the staff there is occasionally when we have staff meetings. But even that, a lot of times with staff, we do things virtually as well. So there's plenty of parking all around. The students come to us by the public school. Our students, because they're coming individually, it's not like a regular school where all the kids come at 7:30 and all the kids leave at 3:30. Our students come by cabs, and they're brought at different times of the day because some of them come for an hour a day, some come for 3 hours a day, some come for the morning, some come for the midday, some for the afternoon. We want to get them there as much as we can, but there's really a staggered schedule. So if you think of a physician's office where you often have people going every hour in and out, we're like that, but on a smaller scale, because of our 50 students, we only get about 10 in a day. So even if we expand to 90, we're not going to have probably more than 20 students in the building at a time. So throughout the day, you'd only have 20 cabs coming and going, probably at most. Again, once we get our students here longer, our goal is to then get them back to their home district. This is the layout of what the space inside would look like. There's a lot of therapy offices, classrooms, an art therapy room, music room, things such as that. And so this is really what we want to do with Rolling Meadows is the space we have is frankly too small. We've looked around, we want to expand, the districts want us to expand because we are, like I said, we have a wait list of over 20 students right now who aren't getting services. I think there's a value to the community because we serve students from Rolling Meadows. We have a number of students from Rolling Meadows who attend our school. We also, because it's not a lot of staff, but there's a fair amount, that I'm doing some business. People getting breakfast, people getting lunch, that kind of thing. We often, people go out and get kids, as kind of rewards for the students, get them meals, from local fast food places. So there's some value there. I don't see a big traffic issue as being an issue because unlike the other schools that we run, which are more traditional therapeutic day schools, meaning the students come in the morning, all at the same time leave, and there's a lot of buses. This is a school that we don't have buses. They're all cabs. They come at various times of the day. So we don't really have the traffic pattern issue that we have with a regular school that is regular school hours where kids always come at the same time every day and leave. So we really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if I can't, our principal will because she knows more than I do.
Hello there. Well, thank you, Mr. Rappaport. That was very clear and concise, and congratulations on what you all are doing. It's definitely, it sounds like a sorely needed and important service. So I'll open it up now for any questions from the commission.
Now that you're going into an area where there's manufacturing and other businesses, is somebody going to be outside to kind of make sure that the kids get in safely and all that and have a drop-off point? Because you are moving lots of cars in and out of there. And I don't know what is near you and based upon this image. Is there trucks and stuff coming in those other businesses, or they just inside manufacturing? Do you know?
Sure. In our parking lot where we will be, there aren't going to be trucks. But to answer your question directly, we always have staff outside greeting students. So the staff walk out, they actually open the cab door for the student, walk the student in. Our students are always supervised. We don't leave them alone at any time, even from the time they get out of the cab. So, and then when they leave, we walk them to the cab so they get back in. There are times where students come in midday, where we have the front office set up where they can see them. So there might be a time where a student walks in 5 feet, 10 feet, but no. If there's trucks, but we always have staff outside typically when students are coming and going.
Okay. And so I'm assuming your hours are like 8 o'clock to 5 or something like that?
We haven't chosen the exact hours yet. Typically they're like 7:45 to 3:45.
Okay.
The students, though, typically come an hour later and an hour earlier, but that's the staff hours.
Right.
Yes.
And is there like a lunchroom or break room in there for them if they, need something?
Yeah, we have a lunch service, so we do provide hot lunches that are brought in from the outside. So that's space for that. I don't know in this property if we're going to do it in the classrooms or a special space for it. But yes, we absolutely provide hot lunches from a company.
And so you're expecting at the maximum maybe 20 students in the building at one time.
We use about 10 right now at most.
Yeah, so
Come on up to the office, please,
Sure.
and name
Yes.
and all that, please.
Please state your name and spell your last name. Here we go.
Margaret Doyle, so it's MargaretDoyle.
And your address, business address, fine.
Same one, 865 East Wilmette.
Could you please raise your right hand?
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, Ms. Doyle.
Okay, can you tell me the question again? Sorry.
The question was how many
Students.
Yeah, so typically we track it. So typically it's about 10 at a time. Our kids cycle, so we provide a spectrum of services, which is what he was speaking about before, with home visits, and some kids come into the building, but typically 10 at a time, and some come for an hour, some come for a couple of hours, and it's at different times throughout the day. So.
Do you compete with Kirk School? Similar type students to Kirk?
Kirk, it's also a therapeutic day, I believe, yes. So I don't know if we could, our program is pretty specialized. It's like a niche program.
Our program is it's built for kids with school refusal,
Yeah.
which Kirk, I don't believe, does. So I don't think there's any competition with that. I can't think of a time we've gotten a student from Kirk School or one left us to go to Kirk.
No, but what we do is really specialized, right? So these are students that have not been in school for a lot of times for months or years due to school refusal or
Have they aged out from saying?
They don't technically age out until they're 22 if they are special needs students, but a lot of times if they're having trouble getting into the building, public schools don't have access to people like we do to go on home visits. That's the way we're built, is to do that for families. So what we do is pretty specialized to those families who have students with school refusal or students with chronic medical issues or things like that don't have access to education.
Will there be any outside activity locations, like
I guess
recreation or anything like that planned, or will it all be inside?
I guess it would depend. Once in a while we'll do like outside activities in our current building, but I guess it would depend on the way we set it up. So, but a lot of times what we'll do is, for example, right now, if we wanted to do like an outside activity, we would like rent a space at a park or something like that and travel there. We have a bus, so
Got it.
Bus.
I think typically, first of all, if I recall correctly, Kirk School, I believe, services pretty low-functioning students. Is that correct? Or is it incorrect? No? Okay.
The reason I asked is my daughter is a high-incident teacher at Markland, so that's why I asked what
Sure.
level we're.
Well, if she's looking for a job.
No, she's pretty well.
We need teachers. We do have a what's called a MFSAB bus. It's not a full-size bus. It holds, I think, 14 students and a staff person or a driver. We always have a ratio by law of a 5-to-1 ratio of staff to students. So if there's 10 kids going on a field trip, we would always have 2 staff with. We typically, in these property groups, would not have outdoor events at our location. It's just not designed that way. But we do have the bus, so we do field trips to the planetarium. Like you said, get spaces at parks. We do everything we can to both educate our students, but also get them engaged to try to get them to come to school so they can learn.
Considering this is a specialized and important service for the students, just a question on the financial health long-term of the business itself. With what's happening in the federal environment and funding cuts, more rigor on where funding is going, considering how much of your funding comes from public sources, are there paths forward that you've considered to maintain the service in Rolling Meadows for these students if certain funding sources dry up, or do you have alternative access?
I wouldn't say we have alternative access. What I would say to you is that it'd be pretty hard to stop the funding. And the reason I'll tell you that is because while our president could get rid of the Department of Education, the Congress would be the only group that could actually stop federal funding for IDEA, for children with special needs. So that funding is going to be in place. We also happen to live in a state where we have a governor who has been said very clearly, whatever the federal government does, we are not going to cut our educational spending, is my understanding of what the governor said. And we're very involved at the state level with what goes on. The other thing is the way we get paid is districts have to pay us before they can submit a bill for reimbursement. So we have a very high pay rate in terms of they have to pay us because they can't get their funds back unless they pay us first. So if we were concerned about that, we wouldn't be here, frankly. So no, I really don't think we're concerned about that. There are some things going on, actually, at the state level more than the federal level, that are, I won't say overly concerning, but where the state is looking at how they're distributing some funds. But again, given this population we serve, they just won't cut funding. And Governor Pritzker is a strong advocate of education. And the line item where our funding comes from, he has never cut. In fact, it's either stayed the same or increased every year.
I may have missed this before, but are you doing this now from a fixed location?
Yes, we are at the place in Palatine.
Okay.
So we opened the school in 2016. We also, in different groups of ownership, run and manage 4 other day schools.
Okay.
Therapeutic day schools, but none of those are virtual like this. This is very unique.
Sure. And those other sites will still be kept open
Yes.
for the time being? Okay. Any other questions?
Well, and I'd like to just ask, as you looked for locations and you found yourself looking in a manufacturing district, an industrial district, you're looking to go into a multi-tenant building, could you give us a little color, a little flavor as to why you picked a multi-tenant building to go into?
Sure. Finding a space is a difficult thing to do for the size that we're looking at in terms of square footage and in terms of the design and location. And we wanted to stay pretty close to where we are now because the community we serve is primarily in this area. Most of our students, not all of them, come from this area. Because we're virtual, we do have some students who come from Naperville, which I hate in a way because these kids have to spend an hour in a cab sometimes to get to school. So we wanted a location close to the highway, and we've been before in a multi-tenant building. We actually our first school, we started out renting a floor in St. Teresa's Hospital in Waukegan, and did that for several years. We were in our office, our school in Libertyville was in a multi-tenant building. There was a private practice on the first floor and the school on the second floor for years. So we've done it, it's been successful, and the landlord's very confident. And by the way, one of the other companies in the building, I believe, if my memory serves me correct, is the owner of the building. And I believe it's their company.
All right, thank you.
Because you understand that's really the whole reason why we're here is you're looking to put this business in a zoning district that's not zoned for what you do, and this is a special use, and that's really the whole reason. Right?
Yes, and we've actually had to do that with every school except for one, because one of our schools is in the old Lake Forest High School that closed. The rest of our schools were all the places where we had to go in to get a zoning variation, including in Palatine and Libertyville for that exact reason.
Sure. And what we're trying to do as a city is balance those unused properties and put them to good use, but still preserve some manufacturing district where we can. So it's a tricky balance.
It is, and where this is located is not, at least to my knowledge, it doesn't look like an area where there's a lot of traffic of trucks, because it's right off the main, one of the streets, and it's a smaller building. It's not a parking lot that you'd have a lot of trucks. I don't think trucks could go in and out of that parking lot.
But in the area, you do have a car dealership where there's cars speeding. I'm not saying they speed, but I may have seen it once or twice myself of them speeding up and down. There's kids, and you really haven't indicated exactly what age. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, but
Absolutely.
I'm assuming, elementary through high school.
We have elementary through high school. By state law, we cannot have students with a greater year range of 4 years in the same classroom. So we have to have, we can't have certain ages together. But we do take kids pretty young. You don't see a lot of school refusal in 5, and we don't take kindergartners. But we do have some younger kids, but a lot of our kids are middle school and high school. Because these are students with school refusal, the ones that are coming in tend to do pretty well. What I mean by that is in some of our other schools where we have, in some ways, kids who really struggle emotionally and behaviorally, we are on a busy street. We're on Northwest Highway right now in Palatine. And so we have to be careful of what happens if a student decides to leave the building. In our virtual school, the students that are coming in are generally the higher functioning ones where we don't have that same issue. But absolutely, it's something we're cognizant of. All of our staff are also trained in how to basically, it's called CPI, and it's how to help students calm themselves down. And if they were to become, which has, I don't think we've ever done it once or twice, had to physically hold a student. But our staff are trained in it with methods that are approved by the State Board of Education. But yeah, we are cognizant of the busy streets. And one of our other schools, the one in Lake Forest is right on Waukegan Road. And the one in Libertyville is right on Route 45.
And being a virtual school, you don't see the necessity for additional bathrooms. I noticed there was one men's, one women's. I know it's a multi-use bathroom, but you don't have separate facilities for your staff and for your students.
I thought there were, I could be wrong, I thought there were more bathrooms than just 2. There's 4 bathrooms.
Okay, well then maybe I just noticed them, but so you'll have different facilities for staff and for students?
No, staff and students share the same, but only one person's allowed in the bathroom at a time. So we don't ever allow 2 people in a bathroom at a time because of supervision. So we do have 4 bathrooms. Again, if we only have about 10 students right now and at max 20 if we were to go to full capacity, there, I think 4 bathrooms from our understanding from the people we worked with is more than sufficient. Currently, we have 2 bathrooms with 50 students in the whole program, and I've never seen a problem with it whatsoever.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you both. We may call you back up if there's any follow-ups, but I think we have what we need.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Our pleasure.
Now, time to hear from city staff.
Certainly. Excuse me. So I might breeze through this part of the staff presentation just because it is duplicative of Dr. Rappaport's presentation somewhat. In terms of the structure that we're actually looking at for this business, there's a couple of considerations to make. Obviously, it is in the M1 zoning district. In Rolling Meadows, schools are only, well, until very recently, have only been permitted by special use in R districts, so residential districts. This being an M1 would require that text amendment, and then the special use would be dependent on the approval of that text amendment. So this building in particular has been unleased for a number of years. Staff spoke to the leasing agent who had described kind of some issues in leasing it in terms of its floor plan and layout. It's got an impaired loading dock, so a previous operator actually installed the electrical paneling inside within the loading dock. And it doesn't actually offer flex space. It's typically flex is roughly 50% warehousing and 50% office space. So this is completely office space, which for a 9,000 square foot structure actually makes it very, very limiting to be able to lease it. So staff did kind of consider this to be a fairly congruent use with the structure itself. Obviously, the consideration for M1 is that it would not be necessarily congruent for the district at large, which is why, of course, we are opting for a special use designation for this use. This would allow, quite a lot of deliberation on how many of these kinds of facilities could go into these spaces. Obviously, I think the city has a fairly limited amount of, 9,000 plus square foot office structures in M1, so I would assume it would be a very, very low amount indeed. So in terms of why we're kind of looking at schools in M1, and the rationale here is very similar. If you can remember back to the Clearbrook example from late last year. So, we have a picture of Rolling Meadows High School, and this is a very typical kind of arrangement for what is, classically a quote-unquote school. We have ample sporting facilities, we have laboratories, gymnasiums, parking lots, all of this kind of amenity. It's really not particularly applicable for these alternative school, services. So this could be training facilities or schools for students with special needs. So ultimately, we do want to, be careful but flexible with allowing these uses in town, and we don't have a whole lot of other structures that could support that. So in terms of the Clearbrook example, that was permitting it by special use within the C3 zoning district. We did put the brakes on it there because we did just want to, see if there was more interest potentially in town for other zoning districts. But ultimately, we thought that this was a fairly consistent and amenable use. So obviously in terms of impacts, we have worked very closely with Dr. Rappaport and his team to try and understand what kind of impacts. I believe that there are some benefits to the location in town in that Winnetka Circle is on a very low traffic street. It is a dead end. There is very low truck traffic from what we understand. And even the adjoining street, so Winnetka Avenue, you're talking about average daily trips of around 3,000. So, moderate to low traffic impact there. Given the nature of transportation for students being kind of quite staggered, I don't see any risk necessarily for stacking or overlapping parking times. I think it seems to be a fairly smooth schedule for these students. And finally, the organisation does operate an MFSAB 14-person bus, which would be stored on site. Again, this would be fairly low impact with the surrounds. And just an example of some of the similar structures for similar uses within town, both in C3 with Clearbrook at the top, and then we also have daycare, an autism health clinic, both within M1. I would say that given the nature of this use, it actually does. There is a lot of overlap with these uses rather than necessarily schools. So, there's elements of office and professional, elements of art studio and teaching. There's elements of potentially, daycare or indoor athletic. It's a very kind of mixed business category in a sense. So, I would say that given that all of these other categories are permitted by special use within M1, I'd say it's a reasonably supportable petition. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Savage. Any questions, staff?
I do have a question. Is there a plan for if a student's in crisis? Do they have an action plan for that?
That would be, to my understanding, that would be the responsibility of the business.
Maybe when we...
Yeah, could somebody come up?
Sure.
and
Do you want to
address
come
that?
up, sir, and speak to that if you could?
Yes, so as I said earlier, all our staff, our training was called Crisis Prevention Services. If a student were to become, let's say, physically aggressive, our staff are all trained in how to physically manage them, and we can't talk them down first, obviously. On rare instances, we have had to call 911, but that is fortunately not a common occurrence, but we do have that, obviously, if needed. I would say, have we ever... We've never done it with virtual with this school since 2016 when we opened it. We've never once called 911 at this school.
How about the other schools?
The other schools service a little bit of a different population, frankly. We have a lot more kids who are behaviorally problematic and very challenging. And so in the day schools where they are full-time therapeutic day schools where the students come in all day long, we have absolutely had to have more physical intervention, and we have at times, although not often, not regularly, had to call 911. And what I would say is two things. One is I would urge you, if you're interested, to call the Palatine Police Department and ask them about their relationship with us and how often they come out, or the fire department. The other thing I want to say as a side note is I also want to thank Mr. Savage because he's been a great help to us as we prepared for today.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. You actually answered my second question.
Oh, great.
Whether Mr. Savage has been a help to you?
No.
Or to him?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
What kind of
The jury's still out on that. Sure. So, Mr. Savage, is there any like building structural safety issues that need to be addressed? You mentioned the loading dock.
Yeah,
Has
so
that been addressed?
as far as we haven't received any building permit applications
Okay.
for this. I believe it's going to remain relatively unchanged. The loading dock doesn't work as a loading dock, but it does work as a non-functioning wall essentially. So there's no particular safety concerns.
Is there like
From
a
what we
ramp
understand at
going
this
down? Is it kind of at an angle?
No,
or-
it's a flat
Okay.
clear span loading door at the rear. But from what I understand, they are non-functioning as being. It has in the past been used as storage. So, and yeah. So anything else, would go through typical business permit and. Building permit applications, so review with our building official and the city.
Sure.
Nothing comes to mind.
material that's come up that would have
Correct.
to be part of the special use conditions.
That's correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the standards, the findings of fact that the petitioner submitted in their application, has staff reviewed those, and do you have any other comments or anything to add to those?
No, I think they were concise and relevant to the case. No further comments from staff.
Okay. So you would agree with them, or at least not disagree with?
I would not disagree
Okay,
with them.
sure.
Correct.
Great. Any other questions of staff?
One question, should we add something about no outside activities at this site as a condition of this if we approve it?
You'd be welcome to do that. That may be able to change if there is exterior, modifications,
Right.
a fenced-in area, for
I'm just talking
instance.
about the children being outside for an activity or something like that.
Yeah, like I said, you're absolutely welcome to add that provision. But again, this, given if circumstances do change and
Right.
and they wanted to build a fenced enclosure and
Right.
lay landscaping, then that would
Well,
probably
then they
change.
would have to come back to us again, right? Or they would just.
You're right. Actually, correct. That might maybe an expansion of special use. So,
Okay, thank you very much.
So you're talking about like a fixed
They can't have,
outside of use?
yeah, they can't
Yeah.
be outside at any point in time, just, I know they said they go outside and they go someplace. but
Coming
I-
and going?
Yeah.
Right.
But I don't want them to be outside doing an activity at any point in
Right.
time at this space.
Sure.
I just want to add that, just so that they understand that if they're going to have an outside activity, that they have to go someplace else.
I mean, I'm fine with that. Any other reaction to that from the commission? Staff, do you see any issues with that?
Not at all.
Procedurally, and like you said, if they want to add kind of a fixed outdoor area, then they would have to come back?
I would assume that
To
would be
amend
the
special
case.
use?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
It'd be awfully hard to do it anyway. Looking at
Yeah.
the overhead, you've got a street comes right down the center and the other street and
Correct.
parking. There's no space to put in.
Yeah,
Any
it's quite
gated area
constrained
to
for
begin
outdoor
with.
space. Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Savage. Now it's the opportunity for anyone from the public who wishes to provide any comments or questions regarding this matter. You're welcome to step forward. Anybody? Seeing nobody, yes, sir.
Sure. Can I just ask a question for clarification
Please.
from what you said, Mr. Cricket? So we're fine with not having outside activities. I understand
Right.
the concern.
But
with that.
I just want to make that clear
Sure.
as part of that.
What I was going to ask related to that is it okay though to, let's say, have chairs or a picnic table where staff is just sitting with a student right in front, but not out? I just don't know if that fits with what you're proposing.
There would be no objections
Yeah,
from
I
a
have no
zoning
objections
standpoint.
to that. I'm
Okay.
just, if they're sitting outside having lunch or something,
Exactly.
that's fine. I'm just saying like physical activity, like a game or something like that. I'm
Sure.
not talking about, okay, it's a nice sunny day, we can go out and have a couple of tables and chairs and sit outside as long as it's monitored and the kids aren't roaming around.
Of course, that's perfectly great with us.
Is that workable? 'Cause
Yes.
at some point, it's hard to tell where the
Right.
line is drawn and what's what.
Well,
but
generally,
I
we're
just
not
would
going to
be
have
worried
people
about-
playing in a parking lot, so.
Okay,
Right.
okay, as long as you're okay with it, and I'm sure will be reasonable
And I think you can
implement
work
it.
with staff to get
Yeah.
the verbiage correctly. I'm just going to add it, and
Sure.
then you can go ahead and kind of work with staff as to how that's going to look.
That's perfect. Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
my
Is that
sense
correct?
is it's
Is that
not going
correct?
to be too limiting to you.
There you go.
No, I think we're
Yeah,
fine with
yeah,
that.
okay,
Thank you.
great. Okay, nobody from the public. Great,
Don't forget to close it.
yes. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing in the matter?
A motion to close the public hearing on the matter for the Virtual Connection Nomadic Academy.
Motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Modi. By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. With 6 yeses and 0 nos, the motion carries and the public hearing in the matter is now closed. We have actually 2 sample motions, one for each subpart of this matter, the first being the text amendment and the second being the special use, and we'll vote on each of these in turn. Does anyone have any, from the commission, any comments, questions, or anything else to discuss regarding these proposed amendments, proposed motions? Great. So on the first motion, the text amendment, which was provided by way of supplement from the staff, do we all have that
Yes.
in front of us with both motions? Great.
Yes.
For the text amendment motion, can I have a motion for recommendation to approve the petition and findings regarding the text amendment?
I'll give it a shot here and see what happens. Based upon the submitted petition and testimony presented, I move that the City of Rolling Meadows Planning Commission make the findings of fact by the petitioner of the virtual connections that the City Council approve the proposed amendment as set forth in the draft ordinance with the addition that no outside activities will be at this site.
Motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Leone. Staff, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Burchett,
Yes.
Commissioner Gherkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sheehan,
No.
Commissioner Leone,
Yes.
Commissioner Modi,
Yes.
Commissioner Festine is absent, and Chair Buckingham.
I'm a yes. I believe the standards have been met. This is a relatively low impact for the surrounding area, and I think it's a reasonable use of the property. So I'm a yes, and that's with 5 yeses and 1 no. The motion for recommendation to approve is granted and will be forwarded to City Council for first reading at their upcoming meeting on March 11th, 2025. Now that the text amendment has been recommended, we're on to the recommendation for the petition to approve and findings of the special use. So a motion for recommendation to approve the special use.
Okay. Based upon the
Do I have a
submitted
motion?
petition and testimony presented, I move that the City of Rolling Meadows and Zoning Commission make the findings of fact by the petitioner, Virtual Connections Academy, that the City Council approve the special unit as set forth in the draft ordinance.
With any conditions?
Well, I put the one condition
You got it in
into
there.
the
Okay.
text amendment.
Got it. Oh, in the text amendment?
Yes.
Yeah, you did.
Is that right? Or should it be the special use?
We can include it in the special use.
Okay.
Okay, well then, with the addition of outside activities in the site for the special use also.
Staff will do its job on that. Thank you, Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Burchard. Staff, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Burchett,
Yes.
Commissioner Gherkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sheehan,
No, I do not find this to be appropriate for a multi-tenant building.
certainly. Commissioner Leone,
Yes.
Commissioner Modi,
Yes.
and Chair Buckingham.
I'm a yes for the reasons previously stated. So with 5 yeses and 1 no, the motion for recommendation to approve the special use is granted and will also be forwarded to City Council for first reading at its meeting on March 11th, 2025. That concludes these matters. You're welcome to attend the City Council meeting, at which time they'll hear this. They may not approve it in full, but at least they'll give it a hearing in similar fashion and move this forward. So good luck to you. Yep,
Want to give them the date
I did.
for the
March 11th,
March 11th?
right?
I didn't hear.
Thank you, folks. Now that we're done with the appetizers, we can get on to the main course, but no disrespect to the first folks that were before us. So, Mr. Cole, we've got matters 3 through 6. They're all related to the downtown Kirchhoff Road.
4 through 6.
4 through 6, sorry. All related to the downtown Kirchhoff Road plan and certain changes to the zoning code. Would you like to provide an overview? Or should I guess I'll introduce the, or state the 3 matters and take care of the preliminaries in terms of the notice being provided, and then I can turn it over to you, and then we can hear each one in turn and vote on each one in turn if we're so able. Does that make sense?
I think it does, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Just trying to do this in a somewhat efficient fashion. Where did that go? Here we are. Thank you. So the first matter related to this is a public hearing regarding a comprehensive land use amendment to incorporate the Kirchhoff Road corridor study into the city's comprehensive plan as a sub-area. This hearing will consider amending the city's comprehensive plan, describe generally the proposed amendments will adopt and incorporate the city's Kirchhoff Road corridor plan within the comprehensive plan. Matter number 5 is a public hearing regarding a text amendment creating a new TC, Town Center zoning district that would implement a major recommendation of the Kirchhoff Road corridor study. This hearing will consider a proposed text amendment that creates a new TC Town Center district and related bulk use, design, sign, and other regulations specific to the TC district. The amendment would also modify the zoning regulations concerning dollar stores as a category of use and planned developments, including the process for their consideration and the public benefits they are to create. And then matter 6, the final matter is a public hearing, a zoning map amendment to change the zoning designation of certain properties along the Kirchhoff Road corridor to the new TC Town Center zoning district. This hearing will consider a map amendment that would reclassify certain property into the TC Town Center district. The amendments may also reclassify part or all of any right-of-way adjacent to the below listed properties. In addition, this ordinance would end the development moratorium along Kirchhoff Road. And I'll give you in a few minutes, Mr. Cole, you could restate that in plain English for everybody. So with all 3 of these, staff, are the files in order and has proper notice been given as to each matter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to open the public hearings in these matters and to enter the staff report included in tonight's packets into the record for all 3 matters?
I'll motion to open the public hearing for the Kirchhoff Road corridor study to include the comprehensive land use permit amendment incorporating the Kirchhoff Road study into the city comprehensive plan as a sub-area text amendment creating a new town center zoning district that would implement major recommendations to the Kirchhoff Road study, and a zoning map amendment to change the zoning designation of certain properties along Kirchhoff Road corridor to a new TC Town Center zoning district.
Motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Leone. By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. With 6 yeses and 0 nos, the motion carries and the public hearing in the matter is now open. And like before, we're going to call on the staff to present their presentation. We'll ask questions of staff, and then we'll turn it over to any members of the public, you all here tonight that wish to comment or ask questions on the record, and then hopefully we'll attempt to move to a vote to one or all of these items. So, Mr. Cole, if you would take it away and provide any overviews you wish, and then we can kind of dive into each of the 3 matters in turn with separate votes on each.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So an overview of the whole process tonight, again, 3 components. The first is a process that's been underway for about a year in the city, which is just revising the city's comprehensive land use plan to create and then adopt the Kirchhoff Road corridor study. So this is a policy document. It's not on its own binding. It's not, no plan is implemented just the way it's written, but it lays out the city's fundamental policy, and it's something, among other things, that this group looks at every time that you make a recommendation or make a decision, such as the items that came before you earlier this evening. The second, I should mention here, of course, this has been facilitated by an outside team of consultants. We don't have most members of that team here tonight. This is mostly being run by city staff. We do have Jake Seed, who's the zoning sub-consultant on this, who assisted on this matter, and as well as on the text amendment also. So that's box number 1. The second item is a text amendment. This is the first time you've seen it. It implements those specific recommendations in the draft corridor study. So rather than wait a month, 5 months, 10 months to start implementing this, we wanted to give you the option to start implementing it more quickly. The primary thing it does is make this new town center zoning district and the rules that apply in that district. There's also some smaller, generally applicable changes in there, just to process and also how we regulate dollar stores. The last is pretty simple conceptually. You made this new district and you need to put property into it. That's the third plank here. You don't have to complete all of these items tonight. You don't have to complete any of them tonight. You can work through some of them or all of them in sequence as far as making a recommendation to the city council on all of them. Again, the plan commission's a recommending body. The city council has the final decision. I would say that you don't have to meet that moratorium deadline, but to wrap this up before the moratorium expires, you'd have to make a decision by your April regular meeting. So, if some items are continued, if all items are continued, the PZC should consider, if you want to call a special meeting for that, or if your regular meeting in April will be adequate time to reach a conclusion. With all that said, Mr. Chairman, unless there's an objection, I'll go straight into the staff presentation on the first item. I'll just add here, we're cognizant of everyone's time. We have brief presentations on each, trying to balance summarizing 100 pages of material with, giving the public a chance to participate. This is the vision statement from the cover material in the plan. And I just wanted to start here and in that, without reading the whole document verbatim, the vision that came through the public engagement process, that came through the planning process, is that the Kirchhoff Road corridor can return to being a town center for the entire Rolling Meadows community that has a vibrant small town feel, that's well connected to green space, to gathering areas, to recreational activities. It's somewhere families and students feel safe. Again, it's uniquely Rolling Meadows. It's a central gathering place. It's where we celebrate what makes this community, Rolling Meadows, special. I think I can be bold enough to say that the folks in this room probably agree more or less on the vision. I don't think there's a whole lot objectionable here. What we're really working on tonight is it's about the details. It's about getting the details right. about which there's a range of opinions, and we look forward to hearing those. The other thing I just wanted to say as an introductory matter is, this plan has a lot of larger changes to how the city does business, approaches this corridor. These are tools that have been used elsewhere, that are used around us. That's not to say that they're right here in Rolling Meadows, but I just want to emphasize that we're not doing anything or recommending anything here that is really out of the box. These are tools that have been used 10, 20, 30 or more years in contemporary planning. With that said, we'll be moving around the staff here a bit through our presentation. I'd like to turn it over to Jordan and Lena.
All right, thank you, Glenn. So to summarize public engagement for this process, public engagement throughout was guided by the Kirchhoff Road Steering Committee, made up of our Planning and Zoning Commission members, as well as 2 council liaisons. Steering Committee met 3 times over the course of the process to review progress, make recommendations, and generally guide the process from initial feedback to draft report that we have. Public engagement throughout included preliminary stakeholder meetings, various open houses and pop-up events where feedback was received from the public. 2 online surveys were used throughout the process. The first was a virtual version of the same open house material that was provided at, say, the fire station and some of the other open houses. And the second was a visual preference survey that allowed the public to give their feedback on what the built environment might look like and a future vision for those opportunity sites. Notices and other information for this public engagement process were provided via mail, flyers, newsletters, and signage along Kirchhoff Road. And then other ongoing communications, for example, notices for tonight's meeting were sent out, as well as usage of the city's project website for this project, which is planrollingmeadows.com, which all of the pertinent documents are out there and has been the location for all of the virtual and online surveys throughout. Well, perfect, thank you. So to summarize generally some of the feedback we received, the public was looking for additional green space and better integration with nearby parks, a desire for commercial development, particularly restaurants, improvement in walkability and streetscape amenities, looking for vibrant mixed-use developments, improved traffic safety, support for bicycle and pedestrian improvements, and then more child and family-friendly activities throughout the corridor. So looking back at the last 2 comprehensive plans, both 2006 and 2019, so as far back as the 2006 comprehensive plan, Kirchhoff Road was identified as the town center and even the civic heart and soul in that particular comprehensive plan. In that plan called for incorporating more mixed-use development along the corridor and improved connectivity between Salt Creek Park and then other pedestrian connectivity across Kirchhoff Road. So when the current comprehensive plan, which is that 2019 comprehensive plan, was adopted, it also called for improvements to Kimball Hill Park, as well as access to the library and new streetscape amenities, improved wayfinding signage, and called for establishing development standards for the sub-area to improve the built environment. So to note, this is the current plan that the city is operating under now. So the current plan, this process that we went to, is kind of set out in light of economic and societal changes as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the possible redevelopment of Arlington Racecourse as a potential NFL stadium in the future. So all of those, potentially will have an impact on this area in the future, and we thought it was right to reevaluate, restudy the area. So it's important to note, looking at these examples, that basically nothing in this proposal is new, and the public feedback that we have received seems fairly consistent over the last 20 years between what was in the 2006 comprehensive plan and the 2019 comprehensive plan.
Thank you. So the report is the report recommendations are structured around 4 primary areas. It's important to note that these the recommendations are designed to be readily actionable in the short and mid-term. So this is really about having a plan that can legitimately come to life rather than necessarily a very pie in the sky or super aspirational redevelopment plan. So the first area is placemaking and open space. The second is economic development. The third is zoning, and the fourth is transportation and mobility. So regarding placemaking, and open spaces, this really refers to kind of like how to generate activity in common areas and an intriguing and attractive streetscape, essentially. So this strategy was a big part of the 2006 and 2019 comprehensive plan to improve wayfinding and signage throughout the corridor. It's about they recommend to create a gateway signage, so you're kind of creating a district of downtown and sectioning it off with very specific signage at either end. You're also creating improved pedestrian, vehicle, and bicycle use through the use of wayfinding and clear legible signage for those uses. Directional signage for parks, library, and shopping and civic amenities. So if you're at the library, having really great wayfinding signage to kind of guide you into Kimball Hill Park and vice versa, just building that kind of more connected kind of fabric of downtown. And of course, it recommends to identify funding mechanisms for this. Of course, the city has a relatively short-term plan to replace a lot of the signage after the recent city branding exercise as well. So that's all within the scope of reality. So the plan recommends to really focus on this section of interface between Kimball Hill Park and the shopping centre. The shopping centre does provide quite a physical and visual barrier to the park, and it's one of the things we heard really commonly in the public engagement was that we need more parks and open space, and of course we have hundreds of acres of parks and open space, but getting a better gateway into these parks, building better accessibility and permeability for pedestrians and cyclists, and even places to park your car that are attractive and feel safe would be very beneficial. So this would require an agreement between the Parks District and the commercial entities around the shopping centre, which hopefully the city would be able to encourage. But also end of trip bike parking facilities and general streetscape improvements and parking lot improvements in that area. The second area is economic development. The recommendation is very cognizant of the kind of the economic environment around us at the moment. It has been the worst 12 months on record since the Great Recession for commercial development, and we have to keep that in the front of our mind when we're looking at development strategies for the future. It is changing before us, so we're looking at quite disrupted work arrangements and commuting arrangements, and this still hasn't been as steady of a recovery after COVID as expected. Online shopping and the delivery economy has changed a lot of land use patterns, and generally an over-retailed commercial environment, particularly some of the more big box areas surrounding our city are actually under quite a bit of commercial stress. So the plan really focuses on differentiation. It's about creating that environment downtown in Rolling Meadows that is different. It's about a unique and special what is Rolling Meadows, building that identity through the built form and the way the streets and buildings present. So part of it is also being very market oriented and allowing selected national franchises, for instance, fast casual restaurants, a lot of active uses, so fitness studios, dance studios, and these experiential uses, and potentially things like international grocers. These were at the recommendation of the economic consultants that worked on this. So it is about creating this business environment that is diverse. It encourages multiple scales of use, small mom and pop shops to larger, more high-scale franchises, and this kind of variability of scale is really important to have a resilient business sector in your downtown. Just gonna have a little sip of water before I continue. So the third part is the town centre TC zoning district. These next two agenda items directly implement these recommendations. So we will briefly talk about it here, but go into much more detail later. So the recommendation is to encourage mixed-use development, encourage residential uses, within proximity to these commercial and mixed-use developments. It would create new bulk regulations that would encourage building a little closer to the property line to reduce the distances between buildings. It's about increasing pedestrian accessibility between adjacent lots and creating more of a sense of street enclosure for commercial and mixed-use structures. It's about creating very vibrant and diverse commercial uses that would facilitate, a large array of businesses, as we just talked about, and it would also include institutional uses. So, having the city, the police station, various, institutional uses like churches, for instance, all within this district. It's part of a very diverse fabric of a downtown. The zoning and regulatory framework gives new recommendations on height. So it would say that buildings should be allowed to be a little bit higher, maybe as tall as the buildings that already exist along that downtown corridor. So rather than, I think, our commercial structures are limited to 30 feet, that might go up a couple of floors. Parking lots would be positioned at the rear of the structure. It recommends that minimum parking requirements should be reconsidered, and it recommends to create design requirements. So to, have developments that have a high degree of visual transparency and a very characterful kind of downtown design. And you'll see before you in the next month or two the improved landscaping code as well. Excuse me. So there's a recommendation to change the sign code a little bit to allow for more flexibility and differentiation in signs. So, allowing a bit more design that maybe is a bit more historical in nature, referencing the 50s or referencing or maybe implementing professionally hand-painted designs, which are currently not allowed by code. I'd emphasize that the roof sign at Comet, for instance, is non-conforming to our current use, but I think people in town generally really love, the appeal of that building and that sign. So it would allow a little more flexibility in design for that reason. And it would also, it recommends to regulate dollar stores. So what we tend to find in city management kind of world is that dollar stores do have a kind of cooling effect on investment from other businesses. They tend to compete with other grocers in a sometimes deleterious way. We're not saying that this would be we're not banning dollar stores. We'd be, potentially limiting how close they could be together and regulations like this. So it also recommends to create new landscaping and buffering rules to protect adjacent residential zoning districts.
Yeah, the fourth and final recommendation of the set, at least in these topical recommendations, deals with transportation and mobility. It really deals with the main thoroughfares for the corner, Kirchhoff Road. Right now, the road is set up at 4 lanes, sometimes with a turn lane, across about 90 feet. So that can serve in total at a reasonable level of service about 30,000 cars a day. Right now, in its peak in the last 30 years or so, I'm forgetting the exact number, but it was 14,000 a day. At this point, you're at 10,400 as of a couple of years ago. If you were to do the traffic study again, very likely that you're dipping into the low 4 digits, which is a problem for a bunch of reasons. The biggest issue is that because you have a road that's so underutilized, you see a pretty large amount of speeding. So that the yellow and orange you see up there is folks exceeding the speed limit. Over half exceed the speed limit on Kirchhoff Road, which is currently signed at 35. And that has knock-on effects. It makes it, especially at our unsignalized crossings further to the east, I'll just, more personally, one of the more striking things in this project study, very early on, we were out at the middle school, we were speaking with students, and just some of the comments are in the original public engagement summary we put together last summer, but just a number that feel unsafe just walking to get to school, I think is very disappointing. Then that's partially because of the lack of a signalized crossing there to the east towards the schools, but also just the patterns of traffic and the length of the crossing across Kirchhoff Road. We've spent some time with this at the city's traffic committee, and when you have a 4-lane road like this, or a 5-lane road, what have you, depending on the cross section, the general recommendation is not to put in traffic improvements like flashing pedestrian beacons, for example, a common improvement, because vehicles that slow down in interior lanes block the view for the cars in the lateral lanes, or vice versa. In some cases, it can make it more dangerous. The primary answer to that is to put in like a pedestrian island, a refuge, so you're only crossing halfway. But to do that, you take away the turning motion into the schools. It's a very difficult problem to try to solve or to improve with the road the way it is. Similarly, traffic enforcement can help. Our police do a significant amount of traffic enforcement on this road. Enforcement can only take you so far. At some point, you have to start talking about the way that the road is configured and designed if you want to change how it operates. The project team, and we brought in a specialized consultant to help with this part of the project, took a deep look at what is, does the road have to be like this for the current and future of Kirchhoff Road? And their thought was that it doesn't, that you can change the configuration of the road to get down to 3 lanes, so a travel lane in both directions and a turning lane in the middle. And by doing so, you can create better pedestrian crossings. You can separate bicyclists both from pedestrians and from vehicles to dedicated bicycle lanes. You can create on-street parking, which both has a traffic calming effect and protects some of those different classes of users, and creates 160 to 180 parking stalls to help support future development, private development. You can achieve a lot within the span of the wide roadway you have. In total, the study shows 4 segments. We've really consolidated those down to 2. There's the more commercial part, which runs essentially from 53 or from Flicker all the way through the Meadow. There'd be a bit of a transition from the townhome development, and then there's a second cross section that runs really in the more single-family residential part of the corridor. In the more commercial section, you still have your sidewalk, your parkways. Those were built in the 90s in the further west part. But essentially, you keep that cross section of having some generous green space. You move pedestrians into the road, into a dedicated bicycle lane at the farthest outside part of the road. You have a small buffer space to an on-street parking stall. Then you have, again, a travel lane, a turning lane, and you repeat the same configuration on the outside. This configuration brings your speeds down, your sign speed, to 30 miles an hour from 35. At this configuration, the road still can comfortably handle 15,000 or more trips per day. In the single-family cross-section, again, on-street parking doesn't really make sense there to have on-street parking in front of single-family homes. There, we just extend out the parkway even further, create a larger buffer between houses and this collector street. You do keep the bike lanes through there. You keep the bike lane extending from more or less New Wilkie. It picks up after New Wilkie all the way through to 53 to the bike connections at North Salk and at Kibble Hill Park. So again, to recap, what do you get out of this reconfiguration? You get more consistent and safer driving speeds. You get less speeding. You get to separate these modes to increase safety. You get to create more public parking to help support future land use. In particular, as we go through these opportunity sites, we've heard on at least one, the fire hall, that without a public parking supply of some type, that's probably not realistic to use for most of the things that you'd want to see it used for. You still have plenty of room to grow as traffic in the corridor grows, and especially as this plank interacts with the other planks of the plan. You gain improved walkability, you gain improved bicycle access. You try to create a more engaging space where folks on one side of the street don't even think about crossing over to the other side to engage with land uses on the other side of the street.
So as part of the visual preference survey, 3 opportunity sites were identified. So the first would be Kitty Corner from us. We've got the empty lot on the corner of Owl and Kirchhoff. The second would be the former fire station site. And the third is the empty lot in front of the townhomes at 2835 Kirchhoff Road. So pretty reliably, a lot of the community feedback gave us, fairly similar results, and what people tended to preference. I will add, a lot of the surveys did have no-click responses, so the numbers are a little inconsistent occasionally, but people tended to show preference for kind of small and medium scale buildings with very vibrant, active, frontages. So a lot of commercial, small shop commercial with a lot of landscaping, a lot of flexible open space, potentially an outside market kind of space. Tended to show a lot of preference for a revitalized fire station. And so essentially the zoning recommendations implement the visual preference survey very closely. Opportunity site 1, Kitty Corner from us, where we are now. It shows a pocket park on the corner with a single, 1 to 1.5 story character retail building with private, kind of a public-private patio space, some plaza area. And what you will notice is that it doesn't have 90 feet of parking space in front of it. It has parking at a fairly moderate amount tucked away to the side and not dominating the site. The fire station concept plan kind of just shows a revitalized use. Again, this was a visual preference winner from the survey. That people really positively responded to the idea of reusing that as a kind of an adaptive reuse suitable for brewery, mixed business, or incubator space, hospitality and entertainment. You can see like a rooftop use and a patio space out the front. Again, this really would require some sort of public provision for parking. It is quite deficient on parking as is. And thirdly, the space in front of the townhomes. The preferred concept illustration showed kind of 3 commercial retail structures with a pedestrian promenade around them with a lot of public gathering space and open space. Again, parking that is at the rear, tucked away, not dominating the site. And there could potentially be like an overlook to an improved pond structure in front of the townhomes. I will add at this point as well, these are really just illustrations showing potential kind of concepts. These are not site plans. These are not necessarily architectural plans. It's about kind of showing potential land uses and features and amenities.
The end of the report is the most interesting stuff to think about, maybe, and this is where we'll do our presentation too. Overall, this report is pretty. It fits into the comprehensive plan. It has that longer-term planning horizon. In some ways, it's short-term, right? We can knock out the recommendations in the plan in pretty quick order. It refers to 3 sites that happen to be available for development now. The potential on each of those 3 sites is pretty limited. Again, they're small sites. They have unique challenges. No matter what we do here, the pace of change on Kirchhoff Road, at least from this plan in the short term, it'll take time to get there. But as we think about the next set of change after that, I think is a bit, at least more interesting to think about. The Rolling Meadow Shopping Center is a big part of the land use in the corridor, and continuing to shepherd that and shepherd it through some type of redevelopment or another as it continues to age and evolve will be incredibly important to how the corridor functions. Residential density. getting more people living in the corridor to frequent businesses in the corridor, to travel through the corridor is going to be essential to create and sustain these type of town center businesses. Telling the story talks about our relationships with the development community. Places of worship talks about something very unique to the corridor, which is that a lot of the land use is a series of churches. Again, there's no designs here hoping that they will close, but this is a challenging time for churches, of course. There's some evidence, I think just this last week, that suggests that the decline in church membership is at least stabilizing, but it's been, America is a less religious place than it used to be. Many congregations are struggling financially or are closing. If one of those should close, what do you do? If one of those wants to use their land in a different way to remain financially effective, what do you do? This section talks about that. Arlington Park, of course, is in the news again right when we finish the study process. I think it's unfortunate that we missed the opportunity to better coordinate with the planning for Arlington Park now that is resuming, now that it appears that they are turning their attention back to Arlington Heights. We designed this study to be durable. We think that the recommendations in it hold true whether or not the Bears do ultimately move to Arlington Park. If the Bears do come, there will be continued planning efforts around how to accommodate that for the region, and we'll have a chance to fit this framework to what comes out of that process. Regional Transit talks a bit about connections to PACE, and we hope the resumption of PACE service. Those fixed parking stalls give us a lot of opportunities to support expanded PACE service in our area. And in the implementation matrix at the end, if and after the plan's adopted, we expect we'd come back to you in the summer, do a prioritization exercise here with the City Council, just line up the order and the timeline for some of these more granular steps. With all that said, that's our first and I think longest presentation. I and the staff here appreciate your time, appreciate your attention. We're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation and putting together the written materials. Very helpful. I mean, I should just say we all should be familiar with what we've just heard. We've seen and worked on this and provided our own perspectives on the plan to date, so I don't think anything in here should be a surprise to anybody. But to keep this moving, I would ask if anyone does have questions of staff, maybe to keep it material, anything burning that's unanswered with a particular focus on maybe parts of the plan that might be controversial in your mind, just so we can kind of hone in on what we need to, and then we're going to turn it over to the public for comment, and then we can maybe have some discussion and dialogue after that, and then hopefully do an up or down vote on the whole thing.
Yeah,
so with that, take it away.
Yeah, I got a few questions. First one is, this is probably, I've lived in Rolling Meadows for about 30 years. This is probably the 8th plan I've heard, or 9th plan I've heard about resuming downtown as the center of it, and every one of those have fallen flat. What's the surety this is going to make this the center of the town?
Yeah, an excellent question, an excellent reason for cynicism, to be quite honest. Not to say that's what you're being, but I would be cynical about it in your position. I'd point to a few things. I mean, the first is, this plan is both we're being very focused on implementation, right? We're being very focused on tactical steps. We're being very focused on things that can be implemented in the short term. We're being focused on implementing those things. Again, the next two, if I may briefly finish, but the next two items on your agenda are to make zoning changes that are compatible with that vision for the last 20 to 30 years, but we're not implementing the last 20 to 30 years, trying to actually apply the tools in the toolkit. That's not to say anything about past administrations, the past way things were done. The economy has just gotten worse over that span of time, and so too is real estate development. We are trying to avoid a repeat of that story again, Commissioner.
Well, the other question I have is, with Arlington Parks being developed as it has a train station, it has 2 major streets and so forth. My fears is that this street, Kirchhoff, is going to get heavy use, and it's going to be more of a problem because now it's been basically truncated down to a 2-lane road. You know, what's the surety that we're not going to be coming back here in a year or two and saying, okay, we got to re-widen the street because the traffic is so intense? Or, you know, we're trying to get businesses here with a street that people are probably going to avoid now. You know, what's the likelihood of the traffic or the flow reducing to even less than what it is right now, and that will not bring in businesses?
Sure. So, two ways to respond to that. The first, I would love to be wrong on that. I would love to have, 15, 20,000 trips per day coming down that road to reverse 30 years of change in the span of a couple of years. I would be happy to come to this group and admit that we need to change the city's course. I would say that to be flippant, but that would be a really great outcome for the city. Better than my reputation. But a more practical answer would be, again, this plan is important and it sets things in motion. If the Bears do come, this won't be built before their traffic studies are done, before their planning work is done. The city will have a lot of time to adjust. Setting aside the Bears itself, just the idea of, or even the specifics of that, there is a great question of, should Kirchhoff Road try to compete as a thoroughfare with Algonquin, which is within the city, with Golf within the city, probably more practically with Euclid, which is partially within the city, but the residential grid is within the city. Should it try to be an attractive, not to be dismissive, but cut through, or should it try to be more of a neighborhood street and serving residents that are more adjacent to it? That's a policy decision for the city. I think I would be comfortable saying that the downward trajectory of the traffic says that strategy is continuing to not work out. Some of that is from the closure of Arlington Park, not all of it. And so whether or not it's time to change that strategy is really a policy choice for the city.
Two more here real quick. I know over on New Wilkie and Kirchhoff, they put that park in there, and I walk through that park quite a bit and I see nobody there. The likelihood of these new parks being utilized, like the one you showed over here across the street, what's the likelihood that that's going to be utilized any further than the park we put in the corner?
Sure. So I will say something interesting I noticed a couple months ago. I have the same view of the use of that park. There were a lot of footprints in the snow, and I still don't quite know how to answer that because I haven't seen anyone sitting in that plaza either. But that's an unsolved mystery for a different day. If you look in the study in the early parts of it, we have a map that shows the parks and shows the walking distance from the parks. And the point of that map is to say, hey, everywhere within the corridor, every neighborhood around is within 10 minutes of a park, right? We don't need more parks inventory for recreation. The point of these pocket parks, their inclusion, and a lot of them is it's not publicly maintained, it's not publicly built, it's privately funded as part of development. It's important to spell out. But the point is to create, to combine a few things. One is to create gathering spaces, right? Small gathering spaces, as we heard with the last item. Have a picnic table, eat your lunch outside, buy it and interact somewhere that's a little bit more public. And to also engage those with commercial opportunities, frankly. If you look at the space, kitty corner here to City Hall, if you have, I think a dream of at least one of our staff members, a coffee shop there, a great outdoor space complements a coffee shop very well. And it's usable by the public to some extent, and it helps complement the business. I think that's a theme you see in the opportunity sites is just, we're not trying to force private development to make public spaces on its own and to excise, if you would, but can we promote thoughtful site design that features these opportunities to interact that fulfill really a different purpose than, say, Kimball Hill Park.
Now, you did mention about higher building. Are we trying to compete with downtown Arlington? Because in that case, they do have a train station and so forth down there. Are we looking to be somewhat like them with the downtown area?
Not at all. So the height restriction would essentially take you to a very similar level that already exists within the condo buildings behind Kirchhoff Road on the south side there. So it would be fairly consistent and a fairly familiar scale. And I think if once we get to the zoning regulation part of this hearing. We'll talk about some of the design implementation that would kind of help to maintain a very human scale of development along the corridor.
And then,
What I
go ahead.
briefly to add to that, Commissioner, I would say, you know, the look is different, the target is different for the reasons you just heard about, and again, throughout the plan, uniquely Rolling Meadows. The techniques are the same, honestly, in terms of how you try to achieve that. Downtown Arlington Heights, I was not native to the area at the time, I believe many of you were, was not as built up as it was 20 or 30 years ago. I mean, they planned that, they created that, they built it. There are other downtowns in the country that don't have a train station that were able to achieve that too. I think a train station's a great asset. I wish we had one here in the heart of Rolling Meadows. I don't think it's a prerequisite either.
Last question. I saw some statistics up there, percentages and so forth. 66%. What was the sample size? What was the number of people that achieved in there?
Go back to the online survey.
For what? What?
There was some numbers in there. There was 66% approved of this and so on and so forth. What was the sample size?
I don't have the exact number on me right now. I could find out for you. I believe that survey had roughly 300 participants.
Okay, so about less than 1% of the total population of Rolling
Yeah.
Meadows.
Yeah, so the public engagement, you know, there's a lot of kind of consistency with public engagement for these kinds of projects. What you tend to see is, you know, this was actually a pretty healthy outcome for public engagement, in comparison to a lot of other of similar projects. You know, we really did put in a lot of effort to try and get the message out for the public surveys and responses and, you know, events and such. There's only so many people you can reach, and of those, there's only so many people who do take the time. So, you know.
Thank you.
309 responses, Commissioner.
Yeah, I was just saying, is out of 23,000 people, 300 is pretty small. You know, that it's a little misleading with the number on there. You're saying 66% and 67% when you only got 300 people.
Yeah.
But that's the 300 people that responded, and
I
that's the
understand
people
that.
that went on there. So either people didn't want to do it, or people didn't want to engage. And
Yeah.
as far as the Bears go, I've been on this since day one. I literally live 8 houses from Arlington Park. They are not coming down Kirchhoff Road. The only entrance that is going to be in that, or there's going to be 2 entrances into that facility, because they're going to build right near 53 if they build the stadium. That's off of Rowling Road and off Northwest Highway.
It's not the stadium I'm concerned with, is the dining, the stores and so forth.
They're not going to have any entrance off of that place.
They're gonna have it off of New Wilkie.
No, they're not.
So where are they coming off of?
Coming through the train station.
That's
Well-
New Wilkie.
No, the train.
I'm not sure if we
The
can
Metro.
speak for the Bears
A lot
as
of
a
this
council.
is pretty speculation.
Yeah. What I'll just add very quickly is I was extremely impressed by the staff's work in engaging the community throughout this process. For months, it felt like there were signs, there was communication, there was events happening. I thought it was highly inclusive. And, you know, out of the adults that, you know, wanted to participate in the survey, I do feel like it, you know, based on past experience, it is a decent sample size to get that input. So I just want to commend you on that. And also the recommendations as well. You know, we can't speak for private businesses in terms of how they develop, but having some sort of a structure, some sort of a vision for what the corridor should look like, I think is very important, so that we can continue to advance the community. I think that a lot of the recommendations are very practical in terms of how they've been laid out. So I just want to thank the staff for the effort that went into this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, well said. Any other questions for staff? Great. Thank you so much, guys. We may come back to you. Okay, now it's time to open it up for any members of the public to comment or ask questions. Anyone's welcome to come up. You know, we're somewhat limited on time, so we would ask comments to be brief and concise, and we'll just take them in the order that we can. Yes, ma'am. And please,
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
just in
Yes.
the interest of expediency,
Please.
you can you can swear in anyone that would like to talk all together at once.
Do it all at
before you
once.
Start to accept them if you
Love
like.
the idea. Anyone that's interested in speaking needs to be sworn in. So could those that are interested, please raise your right hand. We'll do you all at once. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone's on record for yes. Ma'am, please state your name, first and last, spell your last name, and provide your address.
Sure, it's Lynn Griesmeyer, LYNN, GRIESMEYER, 3609 Wilkie.
Go ahead.
So what are all of you going to do with Trinity Lutheran Church, the church that is right next to the former fire station? What will you all do with that church?
If
Mr.
I
Gold,
may,
please take it.
Chairman, so nothing in here keeps the church from operating for the next 100 years. That's the
Okay.
most direct answer.
Well, the letter that was received cited the address of the church as being considered as part of the study. So can you explain that, why the letter was received?
Yes, so every church along the corridor, Trinity is a couple steps off the corridor, but still part of the development with the corridor, is proposed to be, was within the study area. It's proposed to be included in the new town center district. That really only applies to the Trinity property, to any property within the district, if it's to be redeveloped. If it's never given to anyone for development, nothing ever changes. Again, the simplest, most direct answer.
Okay, and then the dollar store, you're going to make the dollar store leave Rolling Meadows, is that right?
Yes, so similarly, and this is again a little bit different situation for the dollar store than the church. The point is not that they leave, it's really twofold. One is just to make sure another dollar store doesn't go in right next door. Having dollar store after dollar store is probably undesirable, and there's more technical things we can say about that. It does become a status called legally non-conforming if these changes were adopted. That just means that it can't expand further. Again, it can keep going onward for the next 100 years if it chooses to continue to operate, but potentially if it stops operating, if it vacates, that shopping center would have to find other tenants for that space.
Okay, and then could I ask that all of you speak directly into the microphones because it was a little bit hard to hear everybody all the time? And how are all these costs going to be paid for?
Sure, so there's maybe 3 boxes that we can put these different things in. I suppose 4 boxes. So the first is private development. Who pays for that? Private developers. That's easy. The second would be the road diet itself. Big span of options on how that could go. If you don't have to reconstruct the road, which is something you have to do either way for having a road. If you don't have to put other work into it, $600,000 plus or minus $100,000 is probably the cost to design and construct that around year 2027. That can be more if we're asked to put in more streetscape features. That can be less if we get outside grants. It's very normal to get grants on an 80-20 share for projects like this. To put it in perspective, if it helps, I'm looking for a different number here. Sorry, I've got some numbers I jotted down just for this occasion. So, the citywide budget for this year, $89 million. The citywide capital improvement plan for this year, $16.7 million. Our local roads budget just for this year, $5.4 million. So I don't say that to say that it's, again, it's a significant investment in the road, in quality of life, and so on. I don't mean to diminish it, but it's not that big in the scheme of things would be my argument. The last kind of box of costs, if you would, the wayfinding signage. that can scale really up or down based on what the city council provides to design and spend. I should say also the city council responsible for all this budgeting work. If you were to do it all the way, I'd say $200,000. Again, you could scale that down a lot. You can scale that up a lot. The fourth bucket of costs, the city has some land in this area. Right now, it's all but undevelopable. You know, the lot across the street here for being too small for the zoning, the fire station for not really having the parking. Adopting this would at least help, you know, lease or sell the land and bring us a little bit of money back into the public coffer as well.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
God bless you all.
Thank you for coming. Ms. Summer, good to see you again. You're next.
Great to see you guys.
Yes. Please state your name, spell your last name, and provide your
Roxanne
address.
Summer, RXANE1N, Summer, SUMMER. I live at 5550 Astor Lane in Ruby Meadows. And I just want to say, wonderful job. You guys did fantastic reaching out to the public. I got a little disappointed a little while ago because when I came in, I've been coming here a few years now. The third time I've had to look for a seat. And look how many people left. We need public interest. It's not on you. You did a wonderful job reaching out to us. So many events to show what you're doing. And we need more people here to take part in this, to participate. And thank you guys too. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Thanks for coming and your participation as well. Next, please. Oh, the lady in the back. She beat you to it.
Gigi Pappas, Gigipappas. I'm concerned about
And
the
your
current
address, ma'am.
3301 Kirchhoff Road.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How is your development going to occur on current businesses on Kirchhoff? Like your widening of the streets, your parking, or your construction? Because that's a lot of construction on Kirchhoff. I'm sure some roads might be closed or...
Sure. So the good news to this, you know, the reconfiguration, all the asphalt's there, right? You're not actually widening the street out at all. In some areas, you're really narrowing it. So, you know, there shouldn't be a need. Again, you'd see it for sure when you do the design. That's a while away. But from the outset, you can't really see where you'd need to take land from anyone in order to do the road reconfiguration parts of this. How you manage construction, that's hard to talk about without seeing a plan. I mean, road projects are disruptive. You keep access for businesses while you do them. It'll be we'll try to minimize as best we can, but that's also, that's a few years out, but there's also opportunities to shape that along the way too.
So are you going to do it in sections? Are you going to take like the first part of Kirchhoff and work on that? Or are you going to, how most construction is, like you're going to tear it all down and then kind of work that way? Are you going to start, finish in segments? Or are you going to, how is that process going to be? That's my question.
Yeah, real hard
You don't know.
to guess at that without having a design. I mean, what I would say is this whole thing is one project, right? That's
Right.
the length of the road. You do it, you design it all together, you bid it all together, you build it all in the same year. I can't tell you if they would go couple months, or if they try to work on the whole stretch.
Okay.
That would be kind of you would need a contractor lined up to make those decisions.
Well, have fun with those. Okay, thank you.
They're great.
Glenn, I understand that this is not going to be anything I'm tearing up, if I remember the presentation right. It's mostly striping. That's what I remember.
So the exact project scope depends, right? If we are just doing the bare minimum of changes that you saw in there, we don't have, and the road is good enough that they can take that and, you know, it'll have a good usable life before we have to work on it again.
Right.
Not a whole lot of tearing up. Some around the intersections, you have to
Right.
bump out there and things, and that's where you have that cost number we talked about. you probably do other work at the same time you're
Okay.
doing this.
I just wanted to understand it, because that was the presentation, and it was basically striping it.
Yes. I just
Okay.
sold a 15-year-old car, about a 10-year-old car, so I'm very familiar with 15-year-old cars.
Well, I just.
Going in the right direction.
I just
Thanks.
changed out a 20-year-old car, 23-year-old car.
They don't build them like they used to.
Nope, I don't know.
So practically speaking, Mr. Cole, if this is approved and the road diet does move forward, how long are we talking before the work actually gets started? Do you have any sense of that?
If you were to go full speed, and I can't tell you that we'll be directed to, it probably takes 18 months at the fastest to design and have this thing ready to bid. So that takes you through the end of 26. That's construction in, summer 27.
Okay. Thank you.
But that's particularly fast. And
Sure.
that is moving other projects to accommodate designing this one.
Got it. Yes, sir.
Hi there, Shreepa Dave, SHREEPAAD, last name Dave, DAVE, 3312 Trillium.
Thank you. Go ahead.
First time here, sorry if I got it wrong. Few things. Your team did a great job, thank you so much. Question with the bike lanes, how would snow plowing work during those winter months?
Yeah, something we haven't planned too much yet. I mean, upside is it's on the street. It's not separated by a curb or anything. It's just separated by paint. Right now, the blade, you put the plow blade down and you go straight down, and I would think you could continue to do that.
I thought there was a divider based on the picture, so.
There's like a painted gore, if you would. So there's a few feet of separation between the parked vehicle and the lane, trying to make you a bit more warning before you open a door into the lane.
Yeah.
But it's not a hard barrier.
Okay.
At least as it's designed right now, without an engineer, an engineer's looked at it, but
Sounds good. And
it
then
could change.
for the signage piece, I know the branding, that door may have closed, but just a thought. These days, there's a lot of attraction towards a big centerpiece, a sculpture or signage that people can take a picture and post something on. I know other neighboring towns are looking into expanding that as well. Not that we're trying to compare, but just something. For Rolling Meadows, with Rolling and Meadows starting with RO and ME, it'd be maybe interesting to have like a Philadelphia-styled ROME, like the Love Statue, at the center of the corridor to kind of attract people towards it, and then that can lead them to Kimball Hill Park and et cetera. So just some feedback.
We may be looking for a new branding director, so appreciate it.
Great idea.
Mini Coliseum.
Thank you, sir. Next. Come on up.
Come on up.
Yes,
Hi,
sir.
My name's Dale Engelking. You want my address too?
Spell your last name.
ENGELKING.
Yes, please, your address, please.
3206 Plum Grove Drive in Rolling Meadows.
Thank you.
I got a lot of concerns with these plans. It's always nice to dream, but then all of a sudden you wake up in the middle of the night and you pinch yourself and you realize that half of the shit you were dreaming of isn't logical. Arlington Heights, we're not Arlington, we're not Mount Prospect, Palatine. We don't have a train station running down Kirchhoff Road. So right now, Arlington, with the Bears coming in, possibly, they're concerned about their downtown area with what Arlington Park, that configuration might bring. And the businesses in downtown Arlington Heights are really worried. What will happen when they come? I've been a lifelong resident of Rolling Meadows, been here since 1955. And Kirchhoff Road was built 4 lanes for a reason. You talk about accidents, we need safety, we need to bring it down, 2 lanes with a center. Now, Algonquin Road's 35 miles an hour. Now, that's a main drag. Algonquin Road, 35 miles an hour. We have it going through our town at 35 miles an hour. The first step you guys should be taking is lowering the speed limit to 30 miles an hour. That in itself, you have already done your study. People running 40, 45 miles an hour. I drive down Kirchhoff Road a lot. People are passing me like I should be turning off the road. So I think first we need to do is get that speed limit down to 30. And I don't know how you guys you're gonna have to tear down half of Rolling Meadows in order to do what you guys are dreaming about. Churches, shopping centers. When I grew up here, we supported 3 grocery stores, 3 main department stores. We had Crawford's, we had Tops, we had Steinberg Baum. I mean, we had a thriving community. I mean, I'm sure you can relate to that. But through things closing, bowling alley, had a bowling alley, a theater. We had our area. And as things close down, instead of propping things up then, what do? We tear down buildings and we build up condos, we build up townhomes. Now you guys come back and say, oh, well, now we want to make all this, street parking and things like that. It just doesn't make sense, in my opinion. I mean, I've been here a long time. I've gone through a lot of changes. And I just don't see where you guys are going to get the money. Glenn's been in construction. You know what construction costs. I've been in construction. Those figures you're coming are dreamland. You know that. Don't be blowing smoke up resident. We're going to pay for it. The taxpayer is going to pay for it. Going to pay for demolition of buildings. I mean, it's. I think what the town needs to do is just slow down. We've had past council members that have allowed, Riverwalk condominiums, the townhomes there, the Army barracks on the old Dominic's property. I mean, now you're trying to develop that property in the front. I mean, there's this, are we going to buy up houses along? Just like you guys did here? What are we doing with that house we bought over here that we're losing about $7,000 property taxes a year on?
Yeah, it's used for, we store a couple pieces of unusual police equipment there, some
Pretty
liquor
expensive, pretty expensive piece of property just to be stored, and you're losing tax revenue. I mean, I could be up here all night talking. There's a lot more people that want to talk. So, but no, I think you guys better slow down, put the brakes on a little bit. You guys been doing studies since 2007, 2006. I think you guys should see what's happening with Arlington Park. Just, you guys got great ideas, but they're not realistic, in my opinion.
Well, there's nothing about tearing down anything.
Pardon me?
There's nothing about tearing down anything.
Well, you said what has happened with the community church. Okay, that's going to stay up.
Yeah,
You
all
know?
the churches are going to stay. They're going to stay in business.
Okay, so
as long
where
as they-
where's all this improvement? We're going to tear down the shopping center?
No, the property across from us, the vacant property that's been vacant for probably 10, 20 years, because I've been on commission that long. The fire station, which they're gonna try to
Oh, the one
revamp
that's
it.
still standing that we had to build a $6 million new one because this one was falling down? There again, you've had businesses that
1955.
wanted to come in there. And the city just drags them down, and drags them down.
I don't know
I mean,
anything
we were
about
told
that.
years ago that there'd be no restaurant that could be downtown. It wouldn't survive. Well, look at reps. So things the city tells you, I mean, you guys are younger, a lot younger than I am. But I mean, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. And what's going on right now just doesn't make sense. I mean, you're looking at schools and manufacturing districts. I mean, you're taking that tax revenue out of the M1 district. What do schools pay? I mean, look at Lithode. You let a church move in there, $167,000 worth of property taxes we lost. I mean, look at ways to lower our property taxes instead of raising them. That's all I got to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughts. Those are duly noted. Next.
Can I say something?
Oh, you gotta step to the mic, please. But there's a
Someone's
gentleman.
coming up.
There's coming up.
Might answer my question.
Good evening. My name is Craig Carlson. I'm the owner-operator of a Comet Frozen Custard, CARLSON. It's 3001 Kirchhoff Road.
Great.
And I'm here tonight I think the city has done a very nice job with this project. As far as communicating, I was involved in a focus group here. I have a nice relationship with Glenn. He's kind of kept me in the loop. The thing that did pass under my radar, and it's one of the things I'm coming here tonight to speak against, was the reconfiguration of Kirchhoff. And so I'd like to start with that one first. And I will first off say, I've been in the community for 10 years now. And I literally sit on that corner in a big glass bubble and observe that road all day long. I see the accidents, I see the bikers, I see the people walking the dogs, I see the people that buy the lottery tickets every day. So I kind of have a pulse for what's going on there. And this is a tough assignment, how to revitalize Rolling Meadows. And I would ask if you could look if you have the TC document in front of you, it's page 50, or if it's your total packet for tonight, it's page 107. Everyone's got it.
The text amendment?
It's the Kirchhoff Road Corridor Study, page 50, but in your packet, it was page, I think, 107 for your total packet. Nope, that doesn't match up with what okay.
What's the title of the page?
It's I'll just take it. It's the off-street parking requirements. And this is part of the research, and I'd just like to read it to you, because this, I think, is where the big disconnect is. It says the redevelopment of Kirchhoff will hinge on how the city manages parking. Providing adequate on-street and off-street parking is an essential ingredient to ensure that the residents and visitors feel that parking is convenient on Kirchhoff Road. Strategies to implement a road diet on Kirchhoff Road discussed in this report provide a pathway to increasing the on-street parking available to the public, which is a valuable starting point. And I would contend that it is not. Kirchhoff Road, if you're leaving tonight, go that way on Kirchhoff Road. And imagine if people park there, where they're going to walk to. No one is going to park on Kirchhoff, go over the embankment, and go to the NCH hospital. No one is going to go over the embankment and walk 60 yards into Jewel Foods. There's only one business that's going to benefit this, and it's Comet, my business. And I'm against it because I don't want to see people parking on the north side of Kirchhoff because I know they're not going to get out of their car, get up on the sidewalk, go to the corner, and cross at the light. The teens will get out of the car, they'll run across the street. Moms with kids will still be trying to come across the street. And there is no need for parking on Kirchhoff. If we're doing this to create bike lanes, biking is not viable anymore. And there are certain parts in the world that are. Usually bikers, I used to be an avid biker, like weekends I'd bike, like far away. And it doesn't exist anymore. The people who live in Rolling Meadows, not a lot of bikes. There'll be more horses running at Arlington before there'll be bikes on Kirchhoff. And the number of spaces on there isn't relevant right now. If this plan goes through and some real development happens, 5-story buildings, it might be time to do it. But this is certainly putting the cart before the horse. This is the bridge to nowhere, the road to nowhere. It's not if you build it, it will come. This will not attract business. As a business owner, this is not an attraction. Kirchhoff used to be a busier road. We lost quite a bit of commercial property. If any of you remember me from 10 years ago when we were doing the townhouses, I was adamant against rezoning that residential. While residential drives some people to your business, it's more important to have other businesses around you that are active. I have a lot of customers that come from the new townhomes, and I love them. But to give you an example, if I put 500 customers or cars through my building in one night, think of the impact that has to other businesses. So other business drives business traffic and drives Kirchhoff, not residents. In regards to the issue of, and I'm going to just skip to this real quick, of changing the current zoning requirements to things like a new business must have 2 stories, which was in the document, or a business must be this close to the road. Don't overplay your hand. If a business is coming in or if a developer's coming in here, they will ask for a variance, okay? If you put those constraints on it and someone's looking for a business and all of a sudden they say, oh, I got to put up 2 stories. I'm Shake Shack. It's a 1-story. Or I'm a restaurant like Palatine Inn. It's a 1-story. You're going to restrict the business more. So again, as a business owner with the biking, Uber and Lyft has killed it. There's not as much biking. I agree with the spots to congregate. I support that. I don't know where the property is going to come from, but I would think it'd be a great idea. The beauty about Rolling Meadows, the sidewalks are 8 feet wide. They're huge. People can walk, dogs, bikes can go by, but there's no reason to put the bikes on the street. If I had a kid and he's going to school, I would tell him to stay out of that bike line and get on that sidewalk. And as to the issue with Kirchhoff being a dangerous road, I've seen all the accidents. I saw the kid get hit by the car last year. I got it on my phone. I can show it to you. It's mostly errors. It's not the road itself. Yes, take the speed down. I live in Arlington Heights. They put a stoplight at Arlington Heights Road and Park, which leads to the junior high, which leads to the Catholic school. It's all done electronically. It doesn't change unless the car pulls up. That's probably your solution to slowing things down for the kids. There's a parking guard in the day and in the afternoon for all the kids right outside my store. And it's safe as it can be. So finally, I would say that, Kirchhoff is a road to a hospital. It's our connection to Route 53. It is our connection to Schaumburg. That's where we go through. If you don't think businesses pick up cut-through traffic because it's an easy road to go down, you're wrong. And I have direct experience with people telling me, I just saw how busy it was, so I came in. They're just cutting through. All of our schools are somewhat connected off Kirchhoff. Kimball Hill, you're using Kirchhoff. Even the high school, all the way down Meadow Drive, the kids use Kirchhoff. If you bottle that up, you will lose business. You will lose people coming through the town. So I would say all on board for the program. Hold off on changing the street until you actually have the development. And if you're real serious about the development, no one's ever come to me and said, hey, can we couple your property with the city property and put something up big there? I've had individuals do it, but there's only, this is the toughest thing for Lakota. This is a canvas with so many small pieces to try to make it work. There's only a couple spots you can put in something cool as of right now. So I like the plan. I'd like to see the more public spaces. I'm hard no on taking Kirchhoff from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane. And that's all I have to say. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carlson, I would just say the city hasn't approached you because I refuse to be the person to have anything to do with the end of Common Custard.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Glenn, quick question for you. Where's downtown Schaumburg?
That's an interesting question. I suppose in a sense they're building it through the Viridian project, depending on how you think about it, but they don't really have as defined of a downtown. I mean, there are different
Is it like
styles.
Roselle and Schaumburg Road? That kind of corridor there?
Probably over by City Hall.
Yeah.
The other one
Yeah,
I was thinking of
suppose,
is
yeah, you have a
Palatine.
theater there.
The downtown
Palatine's a little more
Palatine.
defined.
Yeah, but that's also not grown over the years either. You know, even though they made that development down there with Emirates and so forth, that hasn't changed. Everybody still goes down Northwest Highway. You brought up a good question, that's what I asked, is about Schaumburg, we're saying we want a downtown area, but, you know, these other towns don't have a downtown area, but they're thriving.
Next. Anybody else?
Pretty much answered my question.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Brandon Benetti, Binettti. I live at 2104 Grouse. And I just wanted to say thanks for all the effort you guys have put in. It's great. I don't want to take up people's time too much here, so I just want to say that I support having more of the businesses and things with outdoor areas and things to go to. I walk around frequently, and one of the only places I guess I really enjoy walking to go to and sit down and do something at is Comet, because they have the outdoor area, and you know, everything else around there is kind of just designed for you to drive to it and to go inside. And so I think supporting more businesses that, you know, go away from that, I think is useful for, especially for somebody like me who likes to walk around, especially during the warmer months. So thank you.
Maybe those were your footprints that Mr. Cole was talking about in the winter. Oh, you just walk in the summer, so maybe it wasn't you. Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Come on up.
Come on up.
Could I just say one more thing?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, come on up. As much as you want.
If you're willing to walk up here.
I was just thinking too, which I forgot to mention, the Sam's Club. You know, what we need to do is promote Rolling Meadows a little bit more to get businesses into town. That Sam's Club was closed for 14 years. Now, the city needs to adopt some laws that, you know what, if a building's gonna be vacant, it's either gotta be occupied or it's gotta be torn down. We have, I don't know if Martha's still with the village or not, she's supposed to be our business go-getter. But we have the Chase Bank in downtown Rolling Meadows. Right there, that's been vacant now for, what, is that going on 2 years? Now, I know there was a problem with, they wouldn't sublease it out, but the city's gotta adopt some laws and some rules to say, hey, you know what, if the building isn't gonna be occupied, you got so much time. One thing I gotta say is they're keeping it up. It looks, I mean, the bricks aren't falling off or the stucco isn't falling off. But that's what we need to do too, is promote more businesses for downtown instead of going and spending all this money. But I don't see in my lifetime any 5-story buildings alongside Kirchhoff Road. I just don't see it. I mean, you've got the townhomes and the condominiums that are set back, but like he was saying from Comet, that to be parking along Kirchhoff Road, there's gonna be, it's a cut through too. A lot of people from Arlington Heights use Kirchhoff to go to 53. So I mean, if we could lower the speed limit, you could get more visible. You'd be able to see more of our stores that are there.
To lower the speed limit, people are gonna do 50, 60 miles down that road.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, I know. I live
just-
on Wilkie, and they do 80 down Wilkie.
Exactly, it's like a speedway.
Right.
I mean, so I mean, first off, maybe we gotta enforce, you know, drop it to 30 and see what happens. I mean, it's
Right.
just a suggestion. See what happens. Maybe they'll only go 35 and 40. But that's where all your accidents and that's where your danger comes from bicyclists and people that walk is actually the speed. So, but no, I was just wanted to bring that up about the Sam's Club being vacant for so many years.
But that's being redeveloped now.
But 14 years.
Well, unfortunately, it's the owner that decides to sell it.
Yeah, he was in jail, and I mean, I knew
Right.
the whole process.
So that's the issue. Until they decide to sell it or give it to us to do something with it, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, I'm glad to see something's going in there.
Right.
You know, it's tax revenue.
Right.
Less for the taxpayers here in town to pay. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Berta Lopez Taylor. It's Berta Lopez, Lopez, Taylor, Taylor. And I live at 2924 Cardinal Drive, Rolling Meadows, right here across the street. Question for you when it came to, again, the side parking. On part of what I read, it said something about 4 feet on either side. Would you be going on to, you also had mentioned about the parking, or excuse me, the sidewalk and then the street park, or the bicycle and then the street. You wouldn't be going into our property, correct? Because mine butts up to Kirchhoff Road.
No, that's correct. So typically, what you'd see on this kind of reconfiguration is that you use the existing road space and you would basically paint in bike lanes and paint in the parking lanes. So you take up the space within the road. It wouldn't be expanding the road in any way. That's correct, and it just allows you to separate. It allows you to separate bicyclists from pedestrians and motorists from bicyclists in a safe, buffered way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the second question was, when it came to, like the fire department, police department, if you brought it down to 2 lanes, one forward, one back, how would they be able to get through Kirchhoff if there was only 2 lanes and then there was parking on either side?
Yeah, so that was something we talked about with our police and fire pretty early on in this process. It's not without any impact, but I'd say they're not too worried about it. When you have that center lane, they're still able to pass in the center lane if they need to. What they're very much not looking forward to is center medians, decorative medians, things of that type, which would be a different direction you could take the road. In some cases, that would be a safety intervention. Usually that would be an aesthetic intervention, but it's not something we're talking about here. As long as they have that center lane, they can execute a full turn, they can pass traffic to enter into an intersection, they can generally work it out.
When you're saying center lane, are you talking about that turning lane?
Yes, ma'am.
Area? Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Glenn, quick question. In 2019, they widened the sidewalks. That was all done in that last plan. Why did they widen the sidewalk? Because it's all the way down to all of Kirchhoff. It's not just the business area. It's all the way down, actually past my home. So why was it widened?
Yeah, so I'm not too familiar with that project. It was a bit before I got here. At that width, you're generally seeing that sidewalk widen to serve. There's so wide you go to just make it a little more comfortable for pedestrians. There's wider that you'll go to either in a downtown cross section or to let it function as a shared use path. It's not quite at the shared use path width. I think it's used for that. That's where bicyclists and pedestrians share the road. That you usually get there about 12 feet.
So your best guess, it was widened for bicycles?
I wouldn't be comfortable guessing at that. I mean,
it's wide and it goes all the way down through the residential area. So that's why I'm asking the question, why they widened it? Because they spent a lot of money on that. Because it's all bricked and everything else.
Yeah, I know in the western part of the corridor, that project really gets to around the Carillon, 96, 97, 98, which was the last big streetscape investment in Kirchhoff Road. It may have simply been trying to continue that treatment. I don't think that's shown as a shared use route in the city's comprehensive plan, but I really have to research that a bit more.
Thank you.
Anything else of the staff?
Anything else from the public?
Going once? Anybody?
We have one coming.
Oh,
We'll get one.
didn't know if you were leaving or coming on up.
Everybody,
Hi.
my name is Alex, Alex Rivera, Rivera, address 2104 Grouse Lane, actually with Brandon. So, yeah, I know being in the transportation industry, I'm a civil engineer myself, and I particularly work with the traffic signal world, but I've seen traffic studies done, performed, so the road diet idea is definitely an interesting one to do. I've had that thought too about the on-street parking in particular. You brought up a good point too about people potentially crossing, and I was like, well, at the moment, if we would do it right away, there won't be any businesses, right alongside the street for people to park at, and then immediately walk. They'll just continue to park it in the lots. So, but the idea of the diet itself of traffic calming is a great one, I would say, especially with the lower ADT. Lowering the speed limit is one thing, but we have to really rely on enforcement to potentially get speeds down. The way the road's configured now, you have clear sight distance. You have the additional lane to pass people if they're going a little bit too slow for you. Wide open street, your instinct just says, "Oh, I feel good." That tends to increase speeds. So there's really so much you can do with enforcement. I know they put up those speed signs up there going eastbound on Kirchhoff, and it says "Thank you" when you're following the speed limit. That should be fair. That seems to have probably a little bit of an effect. I see those, and I'm like, "Oh, okay," and I better watch where I'm going. But until you make some real changes with the configuration and doing stuff like that, I don't think they're really going to find any decreases in speeds. So there's really, you kind of have to take, I don't want to say a gamble, because we are putting some studies into these, and it shows like, hey, this can work. But until we really make bigger changes like this, you won't really see any effects. So I'm for that idea of changing the roadway configuration and everything. The parking, I can see, well, maybe you can change that up later on. I know it's just striping. We can take out striping, put new striping. It's not the most expensive project in the world compared to reconstructing the whole roadway, of course. Roadway reconstruction can cost in the millions, depending. And maybe future down the line, I know the road was resurfaced a few years ago. It's probably going to need to be resurfaced again in the next decade, right? You can coordinate any changes to the roadway configuration with that, with any striping as well. If you're ripping out the pavement anyway, you got to restripe it. That's a perfect opportunity to change it. So really, it's just a lot of coordination, and with the locals, with the community, and all this coordination too to get this project rolling has been pretty good. To have any substantial impact on this project, filling out the surveys and stuff, has been pretty good. So it's exciting to think about. But yeah, we're thinking really long term, and some things could work, maybe some things couldn't, but I guess at least we tried, right? So that's kind of what my thoughts I'm thinking. I don't know whether you agree with me or not. Oh, that was just my opinion. So seeing things in the transportation world, a lot of it is kind of like, we have all the studies, but do we go into it? Do we not? And then it's like, but to make really real change, stuff like that, you really got to go all in, So some things work, some things don't. But that's all I got.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is it okay if I talk from here, or do I have to go?
If you can come up for the microphone.
This logic point that Kirchhoff is a dangerous road is erroneous. It just is. Every city and town around us has got this same issue on every one of their roads. And if it's being used as a crutch to take this to a 2-lane road, dismiss it, because every town has got this same issue. And I was involved somewhat in the firehouse discussion. And one of the big talking points in the firehouse discussion is, well, the times to get everywhere in our town aren't optimal. And it's not optimal in any city. It's the same thing. These issues that we have with the road are the same thing that Palatine and Arlington Heights and everyone else has. And so don't use the safety of Kirchhoff as a crutch to put in the beautifying or the slowing down of the road, because it's just not a valid reason.
But in your experience and where you're at, do you have an opinion on whether if the diet was implemented, that it would help with safety, or
I think it would deter, because I think you're going to have just trust me, go home tonight that way. There's no one is going to park on Kirchhoff except the business owners if they're trying to free up parking spaces, and maybe the ComEd trucks when they go to senior tacos. Okay, but
Under the current development.
The reason why I'm going to benefit from it, because I'm short on space, and I have customers that tell me, I was going to come by, it looked too busy. I didn't come by last night. So I know I lose business because I don't have adequate parking. If people are going to park, if you put spaces by me, they'll park there. And then y'all can read about it in the Herald when some little kid or some smart-ass teen cuts across Kirchhoff. It's not a good idea. It's just not. Thanks again for hearing.
Thank you.
Question building off that a little bit, off his comment there. We're trying to accommodate Kirchhoff for the 3 properties or for all the properties, because he makes a valid point. Are we going to look at developing at the Jewel parking lot to get it closer to the road?
If I'm following your question, Commissioner, so all 3 of those examples, those opportunity sites, because they are small, because they are limited, benefit from a public parking supply. In the case of the firehouse, the fire hall, we've heard repeatedly from folks that they don't think it works without a public parking supply of some type somewhere. Longer run, having that supply, there's not town centers that don't have a public parking supply of some type. Other towns do it through structured parking or things, and that's a different discussion. Certainly, it opens up additional opportunities when folks don't have to provide the full amount of parking on site when there's shared parking. To your point about the Jewel Osco parking lot, about the shopping center parking lot, I mean, in front of Jewel, I don't think that changes. It's a grocery store and they fill up pretty well, but if you look at the west half of the shopping center, that would, with or without on-street parking probably, but especially with it, I mean, putting some of that can probably be put to more productive use. That's what's talked about in those last few pages of the plan. Especially with the tenant mix you have, and that shopping center, like most of the commercial space downtown is, close to fully occupied. I mean, it's at natural full occupancy aside from some regular turnover. It doesn't need as much parking as it has. But folks build more parking because they can't rely on a shared resource, and that was what people did. And I'm rambling at this point, forgive me.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of times about the old firehouse. Meadows Road is a 2-lane road, correct? Why was it ever thought of making parking along Meadows on that section? It is more than a big enough road to do that, and it is a 2-lane road. So why was it never thought of putting parking along the side of Meadows, which is closer to the fire station than Kirchhoff is? It is a very wide road, and there's no parking along that road.
Yeah, I'm going to flip over to the.
I think that would be more advantageous for business in the firehouse than Kirchhoff. That's got to go through Common to get there, or go through the other business to get there off of Kirchhoff.
I'll speak without coming in the mic. It's a huge corridor for kids in the morning and in the afternoon.
Mhm.
So I don't know if you want to put parking.
But in the morning, you're not going to have businesses that are not open that are in the morning to.
Parents parking there, anything that obstructs view of kids walking back and forth. They can stay open.
Yeah, so we talked about that a bit at a few points, and you might remember, Commissioner, way back in July, there were some park drawn plans, or more park by plan in the Site 3 area that had, I think, incline stalls on Meadow Drive. There actually is shown a bit of flex parking along the fire station, so using a bit of it for that purpose. It's really marked for food trucks, but it would be parking most of the time as well. But there's just not that much length of road to work with. You only buy yourself a few stalls for it.
Well, the firehouse was never designed to be a business.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So it was never looked at for that purpose.
Correct.
Sir, come on up.
How many parking stalls is projected to be parked along there? Now, if we make that a 2-lane road, and you're gonna be parking on the side, when them people are gonna be pulling out, you're gonna have more of a hazard than what you have right now. Cause you only got 2 lanes of traffic, you're gonna have people pulling out, and if that speed limit is 30, you know they're gonna be going faster. So I think it's more of a hazard to have parking along the side of Kirchhoff, because you can have cars pulling in and out and slowing traffic down. I mean, it's just a thought. I mean, it's common sense.
Yeah, so,
That, you know, even if it was 30, you know they go faster than it. Your own studies show that the speed limits we have now. What's the speed limit gonna be when there's 2 lanes and you got traffic? You got bad enough traffic when people coming out of the, you know, the stores without a light.
To add on to that, when they do the car show, all those cars coming through and so forth, that's gonna just bottle that street up, all the way down. You know, they fill that parking lot with cars. I know in my own, I live off Oriole, that whole street, you can't get through that street with everybody parking on that street. You know, that is a hazard. You know, going up and down because you have parking on one side of the street, you can't get 2 cars through there. You know, now you're gonna do the same thing with Kirchhoff, which is a major throughway with regular traffic and traffic going to that car show. You know, what's the thought on that?
yeah, so if I could, I'll kind of go in order, and Stanley, forgive me, I'm forgiving your last name, but I'll restate it. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, so I'm gonna restate what you said just for the microphone, for the tape. It was, you know, how many stalls would be created from adding on-street parking on Kirchhoff Road? And then, again, summarizing, you talked about
You're
the.
gonna have that traffic pulling out onto
Yeah.
a 2-lane road. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, and potentially the hazard from pulling out onto the road.
You answered your own question with as many stalls as you didn't have.
Yeah, so to answer it, the 160 to 185.
Yeah, you need the facts to make an educated decision.
Yeah. So 160 to 185 stalls. You know, is there a risk from folks pulling out in the traffic? You know, those accidents.
Then
You're in a prime.
Because they had to stop to let somebody out. Then you're gonna have traffic rage there too. I mean, you know how it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say there's a double-edged sword, right? So part of it is, I'm not aware of a study that says it increases those accidents. Certainly, where they happen, sideswipe accidents are almost never create injuries like that. You know, it tends to be property, not life, which is helpful. The double-edged sword to it is,
I think
you
what
know,
we need is Elon Musk and company to overlook everything, make a decision.
Can't comment on that one. But traffic pulling in and out does naturally function to calm traffic. You know, the upside is it slows down traffic. The downside is it slows down traffic.
Is the cost worth the effort?
I mean, I'd say with like a 2-lane road.
Sir, sorry.
We can just remind everyone that you do need to speak into the microphones. We are
Mr.
recording.
Edwin King got an exemption for his, but you, sir, come on up.
Yeah, out of curiosity, you said 180 stalls. Is that the full length of Kirchhoff or just the downtown area?
I think the number is 165 to 180, and that's in those sections where it says section 1 or segment 1, 2, 3, where it talks about putting in that on-street parking.
So you're talking a mile of Kirchhoff? You're talking about 2 miles of Kirchhoff?
Flicker up.
What's that?
Flicker through to a little past Meadow.
Okay, so a majority of downtown.
Yes,
and into the residential.
Tapers off as you get into the residential.
Sorry, go ahead.
Come on. No, I mean, I was thinking too about that regard. I mean, with the road going from 2 lanes to 1 per direction, I mean, the lead car I know would dictate kind of the speed of the platoon of traffic that goes through there, right? So with one car kind of leading the way and everybody being a little bit more close together, that tends to make everybody drive a little slower, right, in those corridors. And I mean, whereas people pulling out, that is a valid concern. I mean, I know especially in more crowded areas like in the city of Chicago and stuff, a bunch of on-street parking. I know we have the couple signals in Plaza and Meadow. I mean, as those are coordinated together and that creates that gap of traffic to kind of let the parking maneuvers kind of take place, I'd say naturally. There is that concern, if somebody doesn't see anybody come in the mirror, they jump out, the near side swipe collision, but those tend to be just property only damage, nothing really, no substantial threat to life, as in that case, just property. Yeah, I mean, I think there'd be plenty of opportunity for that to occur, just naturally, for people to go weaving in and out with the gaps and platoons, with the traffic signals already there and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of like a lot of things come into play of it. Yeah, a lot of stuff that consultants and engineering firms too can model. That's one thing that would really pay close attention to. A lot of fancy software out there, right, for modeling traffic. So definitely would take that into consideration. So yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking about in that regard. But yeah, also the parking too, kind of going up. You know, I don't think we need to do it. Not necessarily need to implement immediately, but we could repurpose it a different way for now. That's just going back to that topic real quick. So,
thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Come on up.
Sir, you first.
Joe Safran from Central Road. Joe, common spelling, J-O-E. S-Z-A-F-R-A-N. It seems like this has really shifted from the development of the downtown area to the debate of whether we should have 2 or 4 lanes on Kirchhoff. I was personally never a big fan of this, and it sounds like from listening to a lot of the conversation tonight, we already have a bike lane that seems to currently already be there along Kirchhoff Road, so again, why are we adding more to that area, or, you know, choking it down that way? I also believe that if we choke down Kirchhoff, people are going to look for other avenues to get through town quickly, meaning it's going to increase traffic on, say, Campbell, or, you know, if you're trying to get 253 or something like that. So are we going to shift the problem of speeding to somewhere else where we're not currently having a problem? I see the speed cameras and monitors all over town, and they're nice, but they don't do anything to enforce the law. Years ago, we had the reputation of, you don't speed in Rolling Meadows. You did 2 miles over, you were being pulled over, and we've gotten away from that. Not that I'm encouraging it, because I currently have a left foot too, but, you know, my point is, if we enforce it, and not with just the speed cameras, where people actually see the police doing something to slow the speeds down. We're even having the issue from Oreo to Wilkie, where there's even a higher rate of speed going through a completely residential area, and we're not even talking about choking that down. We're just talking about choking down the business section, where we don't even have anything currently, like they were suggesting, businesses closer to the road, people are gonna see it, wanna pull in. Again, that's the future. The only thing that I saw out of the discussions when they had the easels and plans was we needed more of a window to Kimball Hill. And the only thing that came up with that was possibly tearing down Dollar Store and making that more of a visual entrance, and maybe making that more as a street, more or less, and businesses along the side coming from like the bank into going into the park area. Again, ideas that just popped out through talking and discussion when they had the open forum at that time. Not saying that I'm gonna make any changes, but just things that I viewed tonight, that it seems like there's more of a concern about the choking of Kirchhoff than even developing the downtown area in the future. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ma'am, did you still want to come up?
Yes. Hi again. To add to what he was saying, when you were talking about putting parking on Kirchhoff, that, from what I've read, was that more for being able to access Kimball Hill, the parking on the side, along with then from the road going into the shopping center, which is like the dollar store and so forth there, to the, I'm really bad with my north, south, east, and west, so it's horrible. So where like Northwest Community, the therapy place, are you looking to develop more business, more towards the road in that area? And then along the back so that we can actually access Kimball Hill when there's, activities and so forth going on down there? Is that the future plan to not necessarily, hoping that we're gonna give Rolling Meadows an uplift because it is very, stale at the moment. There's really not much to do or do in Rolling Meadows. So I can see where the vision is by looking at everything you were, allowing us to read or, putting online and so forth for us to look at. But is that the future and near future idea? Is purpose for doing this Kirchhoff Road? Because where I live right now, just to add a little bit, where I live right now, when there are activities going on in Kirchhoff Road, there's a lot of street parking going right down Cardinal Drive, which is, I'm on Cardinal and Kirchhoff, so in between. So there's a ton of parking going that direction. Not that I have a problem with either side, but that was one of my questions.
Sure. Do you want me to?
Development of.
I'll go first. You jump in.
Okay.
Yeah. So really, kind of 3 different concepts in the plan you were picking out, if I could. So one is on-street parking. That doesn't necessarily serve the parks. It can serve the parks. It serves however far people want to walk from the on-street parking, right? Mm-hmm. For which there's some access straight into Kimball Hill Park and North Sauk Park right there.
And there's at the bell, there's the bike path. So street parking to assist to get there, I can see that. And you tend to have a hard time finding parking behind the Jewel or in the dollar store and so forth when you are going there if you're not walking. Go ahead.
The second part, there's a general plank saying, the parking behind the Jewel,
Mm-hmm.
you can have better wayfinding to it, you have better partnerships to it, you have better visibility for it, to actually serve as event parking and parking
Mm-hmm.
that happens a bit naturally as it is. Unless you live in town, you probably have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a simple, direct thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
The third part, if I'm following you right, was just, is there talk about developing, by the occupational health or some of those areas on the west?
That's a huge parking lot.
Yeah, and that.
Banks closed and nothing going on. Go ahead.
Yeah, so of course that's private property. It's up for private folks to redevelop it. The very tail end of the plan says in the future, that's something that should be looked at. And some of the other tools we're talking about here would make that in some ways easier, in some ways more attractive to happen. To say it explicitly, right, we hinted at it a little bit, at least in this market, at least in this economy, at least in the last 5 years or so, standalone new commercial retail development is tremendously hard to come by. And we are competing with very active districts that are very good at getting it in our immediate surroundings. Having residential above the first floor is the best way to be able to finance projects and to be able to make more space and attract new business. And some of these planks we're talking about make that more possible. Fitting that into the Jewel parking lot that's going to be an interesting process. But it's trying to find alternatives to the current path.
Okay. And then the last thing is street parking from flicker to, here on Howell, I would think that the residents would have more, parking space, you know what I mean, to park on the street than, you know, not just their driveway, cause coming out on to Kirchhoff Road from the residents is sometimes pretty hard, especially when you've got the traffic going by. So I can see that they would have more parking, I should say, additional parking. They would have more use out of it, I would think, than the public would. And then as far as the public was concerned, going to downtown, that would be pretty far to walk from over there. But it's just my opinion.
Yeah, right now you have a little bit of commercial there on the south side.
Mhm.
Could serve that now or in the future. You've got the lot across from us, could serve that.
Mhm.
Again, Flicker is definitely the far edge of how far it would make sense to take that treatment.
That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Where is Flicker
Say one
at?
other thing. So I'm Reese Meyer, and my brother was a former Rolling Meadows police person, and he, I told him about this plan, and he said, from a policeman's perspective, it does not make sense to make Kirchhoff Road only 2 lanes.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I have one more.
Okay.
And I'm gonna address just the board here. So the team has brought you a plan, and in their document, it states that the redevelopment of Kirchhoff Road will hinge on how the city manages parking. That is categorically false. There is no parking shortage in the lots, there's no parking shortage on the street. If this was downtown Arlington Heights, like the downtown Arlington Heights development will hinge on the city managing parking. That is a true statement. This is not a true statement. The development of Kirchhoff doesn't depend on parking.
But aren't they talking about when it gets developed and there's more
When
density? But
when
right
it gets
now,
developed, again,
right,
it's the cart before
that's,
the horse.
I think, what they're saying.
Cart before the horse is my opinion. So I would say this, is that, and I also don't think it solves your problem on Kirchhoff. If you're trying to make it safer, it's not an unsafe road compared to other towns. This isn't your solution. Put a traffic light up there and fix that. And then Glenn, I would address you, is that if you're hell-bent on doing this, do it without the parking. If you want to take it to 2 lanes and make a huge frickin' bike lane, do it, but don't put the parking in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Craig, I'd just
Go ahead.
I just say, I mean, I do want to be clear, right? I'm trying to answer when I'm spoken to, and I'm not hell bent on anything.
I just
We're
meant
trying to give recommendations.
I understand it, but I'm saying, like, if you want to go forward with the paring down of the road, there's no need for parking, and it's probably going to cause you more negative than it is positive. And then you can do your other parts of it. Thanks again for tolerating my comments.
Thank you.
Real quick, has there been anybody interested in developing alongside Kirchhoff? Because I remember that, wasn't there somebody going to purchase the property in front of the townhomes, who was going to put in a daycare center or something there?
Yeah,
And
so
there-
for a period of time, there was that interest.
We kind of killed that, didn't we, in a sense, when we put the moratorium in?
I don't know that I'd agree with that. That proposal had a lot of problems because of the existing zoning. I mean, a large amount of those is that those are very shallow lots that are very difficult to develop. And, at some point, the value of that land will probably reflect the depth of the lot and what's possible to make there. Under existing zoning, most of that lot is setback. Most of that lot can't be built on with a building. What we're talking about here, either you have to get zoning relief, work with the plan development, variations, so on, to build on it, or what you're talking about here keeps those options still open, but opens up at least additional possibilities.
Probably the main problem is we got too much residential up on the downtown area, correct? Because I remember the Dominics, you changed that into residential, you changed the old Dominics into residential. I mean, those were properties, I remember when I moved here, sat vacant for 10, 15 years before they turned it residential. My thing is that we can make all these changes, but if businesses don't come, we're gonna be back here again in 5 years going, okay, this plan didn't work, what's the next plan? That's my concern. And then side note, I mentioned it earlier, is I live on Oriole. I tried making that left-hand turn. It takes a while. You choke that street down, it's gonna take even longer. And when you open the road up to 4 lanes again after Meadows, it's gonna make it worse. All of a sudden, it's a drag race. You know, you go from 1 lane and all of a sudden everybody's free. And it's a pain to make that. I'm on one of the few streets that does not have a turn light, you know, or a stoplight.
Thank you, Commissioner Leone. Anything else?
If God
Last
only
comment,
had
sir.
money-
Come on up. Come on up. We want to hear
I'm
this
just
one.
saying, if God only had money. You know,
Okay.
that's- I mean, we
If God
should-
only had money.
That's what I say, Elon Musk needs to be invited.
All right, on that note, so, yeah, appreciate the city's expertise in this. Appreciate everyone from the public, your passion, your interest in being here and the time you've taken out from your evening. I think we've hashed this out pretty well and aired out, you know, what I think most of the concerns are. And what I'd like to do is see if we can try to move to a vote, up or down, on the entire plan. But before we do that, there's a couple different ways I think we can go, or a couple different options. We're not gonna do a vote yet.
I know, I don't wanna vote yet, I would like to make the point.
Well, let me just lay the table, and then I'm gonna give, the four, you mean the four written letters?
Yes.
Those are in the record, correct?
Yes, I should mention, in the interest of completeness, before the meeting, we circulated those written items of comment we received yesterday and previously. They're printed copies for you also there at the dais. If you like, I can summarize the content of those briefly out loud. One is from the property owner of the property you see right here, and I believe 3 are general members of the public.
Commissioner Sheehan, do you have any other questions on that?
I wanted to make sure that
Thank
we
you for
address this before we move on.
Thank you
It's
for
important
that
for your
reminder.
vote.
Yes. So I think what we'd like to do is try to reach a vote up or down on the merits on the entire plan. There's a couple different options we can go related to that, but before we take any formal votes, I'm not entirely sure where everyone stands on this plan as far as my fellow commissioners, and so I think it would be helpful before we actually do a formal vote to maybe hear from everybody what their thoughts are on this plan. So should we close the meeting first, if we have a discussion, or keep it open?
So once you take the procedural step of closing the public hearing, that starts a lot of different clocks, and it prevents you from inviting people to come up to give additional testimony. So it's fine to keep the hearing open until basically
the actual
your
vote. Okay, we'll keep it open. So I could start off. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good in this plan. There's a lot of detail, and it's not without risk. There's some things in there that are a little more controversial, as we know, particularly the road restrictions. But as I understand it in reading this, you know, if there are no road restrictions with on-street parking, the rest of the plan may not fully be realized, and they all kind of work together holistically. So again, this is not without risk, but I think it's a lot of work went into this. It's a good vision. It's something to achieve, but the real devil's going to be in the details in terms of the substance and the detail, as well as the timing that it's implemented. So, for example, to the point, Mr. Carlson, about implementing the road diet and the parking, you know, early on, well, maybe it's not a good idea to do that, as you say, and maybe that would only be done later when there's more of a demand for on-street parking and there's more dense development down the road. So I think we could still vote on the plan. I still think it's a worthwhile document, but it's all going to come down to the details of how the staff implement it. So I would be in favor of it in total, and so I'd be interested to hear from others, just so we kind of know what we're looking at before we actually do anything formal. Do you want to just go down? We'll just go down the line. Commissioner Sheehan?
I'm a hard no.
On the entire thing?
Entire thing.
Okay,
Would you like to hear why?
sure.
Well, I do not like the road diet at all. I think Rolling Meadows has an asset that Rolling Meadows residents paid for and have maintained for 30, 40, 50 years. I think it is wrong to call that the impetus for a downtown. I think the TC zoning district, making more rules and regulations stymies business rather than opens up business. I think PUD process is probably the best process for people to come through if they're looking to do something different or have some different setback regulations and things of that nature. Maybe taking away what is a public benefit in a PUD in the TC district would be something that we might want to look at, because that may spur some development. This overall notion that people don't know where the parks are or how to get down to them or where they are. I don't know that we've had a ton of engagement with the park district and maybe with the school, like Kimball Hill School, that butts up against the park as well. We don't seem to have a lot of partnerships. It's the administration just, kind of driving this forward. And good start, nice start to this study, but again, I think that merits more.
Fair enough. Thank you, Commissioner Sheehan. Commissioner Modi?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I really appreciate, by the way, the public comment that came into it. I would be aligned with everyone. I'm pro-business, lower taxes, better government efficiency. I think that's all great. But you have to do something, right? I mean, you can wait for the perfect plan, or you can make progress on a plan. And I think that nothing in here is tearing down churches. Nothing in here is forcing businesses to open. It's a vision. It's a target. It's updating the zoning code for what we hope Kirchhoff Road can be, to encourage more businesses to come, to encourage more residents to be able to walk down the corridor, to encourage more bicyclists. I like to bike. I don't necessarily feel safe on the road, and I do the sidewalk instead. So I think that it's worthwhile to have this vision in place, to have some practical first steps, which involve repainting the road and seeing how that goes. And I agree with the gentleman from comment. Maybe it's not parking first. Maybe we just kind of widen it and see. You can always restripe and add parking later. That's fine. I think being iterative in the process is okay. But there's a risk to not doing anything that I really feel like. I think you should take some steps and do something. And I think this study is a good first step to get there.
Commissioner Leone.
Sorry, everybody cringe.
You're up. Uh-oh.
Like I said earlier, I've been here 30 years. I've seen probably 8 of these plans. Every one of them failed overall. If you want to get businesses in, you need to have traffic. There's a reason why Algonquin is a lot of businesses on Algonquin. There's traffic. There's, adding foot traffic and bicycle traffic is probably nice for beautification, but it doesn't bring more cars through it. It doesn't bring more people downtown. And when people are looking for places to put businesses, they're looking for that traffic. They're looking for that people going through there. You know what I mean? Because the local residents can only support so many places before they just, they go. The other part of this, I think this is a little premature until we know what's going on with Arlington. Because if Arlington puts in a ton of businesses, they're going over to Arlington. They're not coming to us because they've got 2 major roads they can get off to get there. They've got Northwest Highway, they got Euclid, and they've got New Wilkie. They're going to bypass Kirchhoff, which means you're going to make a lot of modifications, spend a lot of money, and nothing's going to change on the fairway unless you get that foot traffic or that motorist traffic. Cutting off Kirchhoff I think is a bad idea. The rest of the stuff, I'm okay with the rest of it. But cutting off Kirchhoff, you're cutting off your nose to spite your face, is my thoughts.
Sorry, can I just ask a point of clarification? So is the concern on spending money on the road diet updates? Because where else would we be spending money we approve this plan.
It's cutting off Kirchhoff. You know what I mean? It's cutting off Kirchhoff because part of this is also to get businesses downtown. Let's be honest. It's really about getting businesses to get closer to the road and get more businesses downtown or downtown Roy Meadows. It's what the end plan is. We talked a little bit about if the church is closed and we can develop that land and but really it's get more businesses downtown. Well, look at the other streets that have been very successful. They've got traffic. We don't have a railroad station, which that's what benefits Arlington. It also is very beneficial to Arlington Park because they do have the railroad station. They have 3 major roads that are 4 lanes. You can get traffic in and out of there. You're going to cut that off with Kirchhoff by cutting it down. Especially, you're closer to the expressway than you are to the major part of the residential. The most part of the residential is to the east of Kirchhoff Road or downtown than to the west. I mean, you got, 4 blocks on that side? And those are going to stay 4 lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's competing visions on how to achieve, greater business generation here. Is it more density? Is it more pedestrians? Is it more livability? Or is it more thoroughfare and accessibility?
Well, the road has become, as they mentioned earlier, there's less people going down the road. Why are there less people going down the road? Well, there's less businesses there. Less business means less traffic, correct? Now you're going to choke off the road, which means you're going to get even less traffic. The people are going to come in to go to Jewel, and that's about it. You know what I mean? You're going to choke it off. You know what I mean? Now, I can understand if you're going to do the residential area, okay, that's fine, but the business area, especially the closest to the expressway, you're going to choke that road down right next to the expressway. You know what's going to happen is people are going to get off on Kirchhoff, turn onto the frontage road, and go to Euclid. They're going to use it as an exit. You know what I mean? Because it's not choked off there. You know what I mean? They're not going to go through downtown to go to New Wilkie through downtown area. They're just going to turn there. Why do I want to go down 1-lane road when I can go down and catch up with Euclid and still get off the road? I mean, the rest of it is nice and fine and dandy, but I think the choking off the street, we're cutting off our nose to find a face.
Thanks. Commissioner Gherkin?
With the road diet, I kind of agree that would be the last thing to do. I think the development needs to come first before we even consider that. I think the rest of the plan is an excellent plan. Again, parking, especially in the downtown area, I kind of agree with the comment. I've been there evenings picking up my daughter at Jewel, and that place during the summer is just absolutely packed. Cars are wrapping around that building, cars are sitting on the street, cars are parking in the Jewel parking lot and walking across the street to get to Comment. I've seen it happen. So I think parking in that area, I agree with the owner, would be extremely dangerous, especially on the opposite side of Comment. Maybe on the side of Comment would be acceptable, but I agree 100%. People would jump out of that car, open that door, just bolt across the street. I've seen it happen. I do agree, though, we need to do something in that area because of the students. What that is, I don't know. But kids, I've heard kids complain about that area, about being hit, about almost being hit, and it's not so much by the light, it's also down at the east end, over by the church, where they also cross. So definitely there would need to be something done, but something needs to be done right there by Comment. I don't know what the solution is, how we fix that, whether it's more enforcement, whether it's something else besides a diet. Maybe on the one side by Comment I could see, but not on the opposite side by Jewel. But on the whole, I think the plan is a good plan, but it was some modifications. That's where I'm at.
Which, to that point, Mr. Cole, if we were to approve the plan, I mean, what could be taken into account based on these comments tonight in terms of implementation? I mean, how does that fit in, if at all?
Sure. In layers of
particularly the road diet and the parking issue.
Can we break it up and approve the first two and not approve the last one? Because that seems to be the most controversial. The first two parts of it aren't all that controversial, but the last one is very controversial, is what I'm picking up. Can we approve the two and not the last one?
Yeah, so that would be one option. You could recommend the city council approve, I'm phrasing in the form of the motion for you, the plan except as to recommendation number 4. I won't go on unless you want me to. I mean, I think the plan's pretty integrated, and pulling out one part makes the others weaker. I just say that so that you're aware of it. That is an option for you.
Are we all clear on why that would be? If we break it up, that the rest of the plan may not be fully, I don't know what the right word is, as viable or as effective? Or would it be helpful to hear from staff on that? Are we all pretty clear? Are they all kind of fit together?
I'd like some clarity on that specifically.
Yeah, so if we look at the other parts of the plan, right? So if we can just go in order here, and I'll be short to be illustrative. Placemaking, it talks about in the study, placemaking is more effective when we have more pedestrians, when we have more bicyclists, when we have slower traffic speeds. So if you don't change the road, if you leave it as it is, we can do those interventions, they'll be less effective. Economic development, we can go past for a second, we can come back to zoning. Pushing buildings towards the road doesn't make as much sense without on-street parking there. It's hard, if you just can try to picture it in your heads, buildings towards the road on 4-lane streets is just not a common typology for a reason, at least outside Chicago. They're generally, when we talk about buildings fronting up and having parking lots behind them, that is a 2-lane, a 3-lane cross section is usually where you see it. So that people, because you're trying to attract pedestrians, and some of that accounts for pedestrians moving to and fro both sides of the road. Economic development, again, you have options there, and certainly the argument to keeping a 4-lane road is most clear when we talk about economic development for the traffic reasons you heard from Commissioner Leone and others. That is where the decision is the hardest as a policy choice. At the same time, it's within the inventory that you have of commercial space, you're not able to get over the hump of building new commercial space in the status quo. And certainly in some of these smaller sites, I truly don't think they'd be developable without a public parking supply to rely on. I also don't think that some of these new uses will expect that the public parking will be there first at the $500,000 to $1 million investment, and that their $1 million plus will come afterwards, not the other way around. Can't guarantee it'll work like that. But.
You said $500,000 the city's gonna have to put up to change this parking? You just said $500,000 we're gonna have to spend to make those modifications? Did I hear you right, or?
Yeah, the number I put out earlier was 600,000 plus or minus 100,000 for design and construction. I also, if I could, would like to defer to Jake Seed, our zoning consultant on this.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Jake Seid. I'm the consultant for the project here, and I just wanted to direct the Planning and Zoning Commission to take a look at page 145 of your packet, which is the implementation matrix. Yes, page 145 of 235. We've got a big packet tonight.
It only goes to 109, I think.
The one I have goes to 109.
Yeah.
What page is it? What's the headline?
So that would be, it's part 1 of the appendix. It's called the implementation matrix.
Yeah, I'll have to turn my computer back on. You have it?
It's on. You can put it up on the screen.
88.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So I want to direct you all to this. This is the key to really unlocking the plan. And the great thing about this implementation matrix, which we use for all of our plans, is that it shows each step of the plan by cost and by timeline. So if you go down to the second and third page of this, it shows each of the recommendations of the plan and the costs associated with it. We do $1 sign, $2 signs, $3 signs. And then whether it's a near-term, mid-term, or long-term goal. And so staff, the Planning and Zoning Commission, City Council, has the option to kind of prioritize each of these recommendations as part of plan implementation, right? We all know that we don't have the time, resources, or money to make all this happen at once. So we wanted to build this in here so that the city has kind of a roadmap for how to move forward with the plan.
That's helpful to know. So we would still, if we're approving it, we're approving the plan as written, but then it's up to professional staff as well as city council's guidance and our input to kind of figure out how best to proceed and when.
Right. In some cases, you'll need to
Based
be
on what's happening
opportunistic.
on the ground.
Exactly.
Yep.
So in terms of like order of operations, we could, for example, Commissioner Leone, we could wait for the Bears to make a decision, then we can decide what we do. Like, we're approving the concept, but then the implementation is up for.
Well, but it's not that way. If we approve and the council approves it, it's not like when you say, oh no, we want to change our mind now. Once it's approved, it's kind of a go forward plan, correct? It's not one that we can say, stop. You know, the Bears are coming, we want to relook at this.
So there's no specified timeline on the plan. We're not saying you have to complete this by 2027, 2028, or 2035. It's based on what resources are available to the city and how they want to be opportunistic as things develop over time.
So we can choose to table this for until the Bears figure out or they figure out what Arlington figures out and then reapproach this at that point, correct?
That's up to you.
Or we approve it and then rely on city staff, city council, with our involvement to layer this in a way that makes sense.
Here's the thing is there's a lot of hopes and wishes and yes, this is going to come. I think this is going to come. There's a lot of, maybe this will come if we do this. But, we're really talking about 3 properties that really will be impacted right now. And the rest of the properties are not going to be impacted. We're not going to build on front of the Jewels. We're not going to build in any other area because everything else is built up already, correct? So really we're talking about the 3 properties, and actually the choking of Kirchhoff doesn't affect one of the properties, which is the one further down Meadows because the choke-off ends at Meadows. So really the last property is not going to benefit from additional parking. If I remember right, it stops there. So the question is that what other properties is the city looking at developing overall or has thoughts of developing? And that's really a question for the zoning guy more so than anybody else is what else is on the plate that the city wants to develop?
I don't know if I can answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, it's really is what is the city's long-range plan and what they're going to develop and what they think they're going to be able to develop in the future. We've heard about the churches and maybe if they go confunk, and so on and so forth, but that's only a limited number of properties. What are the other properties the city is looking to turn into? I made this objection before when we looked at the moratorium. Is the city looking at the residential properties to convert those into businesses, at one point or another? Because that's why we put the moratorium on those properties.
Yeah, the simplest answer, the state of play, such as it is, the city's short-term, medium-term, and long-term plan in this corridor is this plan if it's adopted. There's nothing else going on. The best I can say is that, putting in, right now, status quo, it seems there is not a lot of incentive to pursue a new space on Kirchhoff Road, right? Changing the zoning rules, putting different planning in place, at least increases the attractiveness of the alternatives to doing nothing from a private development standpoint.
My suggestion would be is we vote on the first 2 and the last one we table until we see what's going on with Arlington. Until that comes into place, we could be, barking up a tree that.
But something new could come around later too. Like we're like, how long do you kind of keep kicking the can down the road versus just deciding and then saying, hey, like in the implementation, let's take into account the very fair point from the gentleman from Comet. Maybe in the road diet implementation, you don't put spaces directly across from Comet, and that's like one area where there are no spaces, and they're further down, so you avoid that issue. I feel like there's some creative solutions that could go into play, but you've got to do something. I don't understand just punting this down, waiting for the Bears, waiting for our neighboring community to do something, why don't we take action on the things we have control over to develop our community?
And I think with this plan, they can defer the road diet until
Correct.
Right.
it goes into it. There's nothing to say that they have to start the road diet today.
Correct.
Well, but
Yeah.
if we approve it and the council approves it, we're not gonna revisit this. We're not gonna come back and say, okay, maybe we need to revisit that. Once it gets approved by the council, there is not coming back to us and saying, oh, wait a minute, Arlington is doing something different. You know what I mean? Either we approve it now or we don't approve it, but my sense is to approve the first two and let the last one punt it for down the road until we figure out what's going on. Because right now we're on hopes and dreams that businesses are coming. If they don't come, we're back to where we are with the last 6 plans.
But they haven't come yet, right? So like, I don't understand the downside to
Well,
doing something to get them to come. If you're slowing down the traffic, you attract certain businesses that would open.
Let's be honest, the Arlington Heights area is gonna get developed. It's gonna be either the Bears or it's gonna be multi-use businesses and so forth. So people are gonna get off the road and they're not going to go through downtown. They're gonna take the frontage road to Euclid and go to that new development. And the traffic that you wanna go across these businesses isn't gonna be there. And they just won't come because there is no traffic. They're gonna look at a traffic study just as much as we are, correct? When they do a new business.
A new business coming in, you'd expect that they would look at the traffic on the road.
I mean, that, I put in $100 million factories, and that's the first thing I look at is the traffic report to make sure that I can get access in and out of the building, and have adequate roads to do that, you know what I mean, overall.
Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
another option for the commission to think about is that you can do a plan amendment once this plan's adopted, and cities do that all the time based on changing circumstances. So it's good to have a game plan in place, and so you're not playing the waiting game forever.
Sure. But that would be incumbent on staff to maybe read the tea leaves, so to speak, and then bring it to us for consideration based on whatever expert's opinion is at the time or whatever's happening at the ground. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
As to, just as to
Yeah.
the process question, where do you proceed? I don't mean to jump ahead of the commissioners who haven't spoken. One, if your recommendation was to adopt the plan, except to take no action yet concerning recommendation number 4, pending more information about the redevelopment of Arlington Park, I think that's a logical. That's jumping ahead a bit of our prioritizing exercise, but that's certainly a reasonable place to end up.
And based upon my opinion, I just say we vote for the whole thing because there's no guarantee they're coming down here. I mean, they've been doing this since three years ago. They've been going back and forth to Arlington Park, Chicago, and other places. I don't know what decision they're going to make and if they're going to come and when they're going to come. I mean, it could be another 6 to 8 months before they decide what to do. And in that point in time, we could be doing something to bring business into Rolling Meadows. But that's just my opinion based upon what I've seen. I mean, I used to follow these articles all the time. Now every time I read one that they're coming back to Arlington, I laugh.
You didn't read it lately, did you?
Yes, I did.
What'd you read?
That
They lowered their taxes.
Yeah, I know.
They
They-
struck an agreement with the school
Let's-
districts.
Yeah, they lowered their taxes.
So
They
now
also
what are they doing?
They also lowered their
Looking at
taxes.
feasibility, looking at the roads around.
Yeah,
there.
they're looking. Doesn't mean they're going to do anything.
Yeah, but there is.
Hold
gonna-
on.
Oh, sorry.
Well, go ahead, and then let's
No,
move
I'm
it
gonna let
along.
him talk.
Yeah, let's hear
Yeah,
from
he hasn't
Commissioner
had a chance to
Berkshire.
talk.
Last
No,
but
I
certainly not
don't
least.
have anything to-
Well, just in terms of views, I mean, are you, before we do any formal vote, I want to know.
I don't agree with shrinking the road and putting bike lanes in there. I never have from day one of this study. I agree with everything else. I think you look at zoning rules and, if something happens with the churches, I mean, those are the biggest parcels on Kirchhoff Road. So you plan, if something happens with the church, then what goes in there, there's the zoning in place to, police it. But you got people here that, you got a business owner on Kirchhoff, you you have residents that live on Kirchhoff, and none of them are for it, and that's majority is, you know.
So the real question is this issue, the road diet, a
I
big
don't think
enough
there's a
issue
parking
for,
problem on Kirchhoff Road.
for you, Commissioner, and Commissioner Leone, that you would vote the whole thing down?
I would vote the whole thing down.
If it was an up or down vote? Do you have a
Well,
thought?
I wouldn't vote the whole thing down, I would vote down the road diet.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, is you might be better to punt the
And-
road diet down in 6 months or 7 months and revisit then and start with the other stuff. Cause the other stuff is gonna take you a long time to get rolling anyway. You know,
But that's part of the plan. They don't have to do the road diet. Even though you
Right.
approve the plan, they don't have to.
Yeah,
do
none
it.
of it's binding, it just lays the
It
the
lays the
vision,
groundwork
and then
for
I think it
when
still
it's needed.
provides enough flexibility to act or not act.
Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I would like to say something to Glenn. This letter that we have in front of us from BBC Kirchhoff LLC is one of the owners of one of the properties downtown on Kirchhoff Road that couldn't be developed.
That's correct.
They're, if I'm interpreting this correctly, asking kind of for a pause and to talk to staff. This letter is dated the 28th. Have you had a chance to talk to them? Because this leads into the zoning and the I keep calling it TC district, and changing the zoning, and they're saying that they don't feel that that's the highest and best use, and they're gonna be impacted by this. This is one of the decisions that really leads me to say absolutely no to all of this. So I'd like to hear from you if you've had an opportunity to talk to these people.
Certainly. So I've spoken with them during the planning process. We've repeated these, the points that they raise in that letter. We've discussed, including, you know, their view is that we're closing off, their view is that the highest and best use, simply put, is a automobile-centric use, such as a drive-through or 2 drive-throughs, as they've sketched before, and that it is unfair to them to take that from them. As I've alluded to previously, you know, just professionally, I disagree with that. You know, they've had the opportunity to build that and to develop that site for multiple years. They left themselves with an inadequate amount of land to do that under by right zoning, and have just created a large problem for themselves. They may not view the changes that are happening here as, you know, the highest and best use. Perhaps the next owner of that property will. I hate to speak that bluntly publicly, but just, you know, to be perfectly transparent, part of the, you know, they previously retained lawyers in their relationship with the city last year. Part of their argument is that we're taking something from them, and I have to emphasize that I don't believe we are, and I believe that the total products happening tonight will support the use of that property.
And they ask if the city would like to give them a reasonable offer. Have you done that, and are you thinking about doing that?
I can't talk about the city's real estate transactions to the extent I know about them, but I can tell you the city, at least since I've been here, has not extended them an offer.
So, what's the commission's appetite for voting on the whole thing up or down, or voting on everything but excluding or deferring the road diet? I mean, in my view, I think it's better to approve everything, none of it's binding, there's still plenty of tools in the toolkit to adjust as needed in terms of timing or substance later. So I'd like to vote on the entire thing up or down.
I'd vote on the entire thing with the city being able to decide what to do and when. I think that they're professional enough to know that the road diet is not needed. It needs to be adjusted accordingly for the area by the COMET. It doesn't need to be on both sides. So I would trust their judgment to do it accordingly. I would vote for the whole thing.
Anybody else in
I
that
would,
camp?
I would agree for a fit for purpose road diet. I know in the planning process there was other options suggested. I do agree with the public that maybe the cart's before the horse on the parking, but I do think we should vote for the whole thing.
Yep. Anybody else? This is non-binding, I'm just trying to get some interest, see if we can bring something to a vote here. move it
Yo,
forward.
we got a couple more people.
Hold on.
The meeting's still open.
I know, hold on. Anybody else, or is this a deal killer? To have the road diet in there?
It is for me.
Okay.
Deal killer.
Okay, I think you got pretty much a split group on that.
Yeah, okay,
You know what I mean, you're split.
okay. All right, so a couple more comments and then we're gonna, I think, move to an alternative vote. Sir, come on up.
So a couple things, and I don't want to be combative. Glenn, if you simply go through Arlington Heights and Mount Prospect, there are 5-story plus buildings right on the road, and it's 4-lane roads. So it's very doable, and it is being done out of places just besides the city. Your neighboring communities are doing it. And I think the answer that this gentleman brought up is its amendment, but I think this team's job is to give a message to city council, meaning there is obviously a concern with the paring down of it. And I procedurally, I thought you have to vote on all 3 individually, because you have 3 different motions.
Yeah, we
And-
didn't even get to the second
No,
tonight.
no, but I'm just saying, and it's vote, if it was like yes on the first part, yes on the second part. Third, we advise council to go back and revise this with the direction, with the revision on the plan, and then you vote what you actually think. Because if you just give a rubber stamp, we think the whole thing's great, I think you're sending the wrong message to city council.
Well, I don't think we're doing that now.
Okay, yeah,
The
I'm
way
just.
the straw vote goes.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't think we have no ability to approve it right now. So, Mr. Cole, sounds like, a vote to approve everything excluding, either excluding section 4, or what kind of ability do we have to soften language to kind of defer enactment of that, or to revisit it later? Any thoughts there?
Yeah,
How to kind of get most of this done and yet be respectful of the vote and others' views and do what we can tonight.
Yeah, so menu, and these would basically be your motion from, softest to hardest. From what I'm hearing, you could recommend approval of the amendment, except that the city council should defer action on recommendation 4. You can say pending the Arlington Park or something else. The second is that you would recommend the plan except for recommendation 4. The third would just be that the report of the plan commission, and I'll look to our attorney if you'd like to go down this road. The report of the plan commission is no recommendation, and that will convey that you weren't able to reach a consensus
on the entire thing.
But that would conclude the matter before you.
Sure. I mean, I would be in favor of the first option, approval with some type of direction to the city council to defer action on section 4. Anybody else? That means
Question, if we go with number 1, would that would be up to their discretion to when they want to do option 4? It would not come back to this committee, correct?
That's correct. Without,
So
it should be. You could go through the whole exercise without going to this committee, but it's a planning document. It's a policy document. I don't want to say it's unimportant, but it's not required either.
So in other words, you're almost voting as if you're approving the whole plan as option 1, even though you're saying you want to defer it. You're approving the whole plan.
But all we're doing is recommending this regardless, even if we quote approve the whole plan. It's just a recommendation. They don't have to follow anything that we do.
And
None
just
of
so
this
you
is
know,
binding.
even if we deny it, the city council can pass it.
Oh, yeah, and then it takes it out of our hands, but
Right.
then they'll have to, when it becomes election time, they'll have to go back to the voters and figure out what they did wrong.
That's their problem.
Yeah, it's their problem at that point, and
Hello.
as unpopular as it
Councilwoman.
is right now, it's it's probably going to come up during the election time. So my approval would be go with option 2 and not allow them to have that option for the expansion until we know more information.
Yeah, because you don't want the road diet, neither do I,
Yeah, you're gonna be split again.
Yeah.
So you're almost better to go with
Glenn?
option 2.
But
What do you
aren't
want?
1 and 2 similar? Aren't they? Because we're not the voting body that approves it. We're just giving a recommendation. So
Yeah.
option 1, we're just telling city council, hey, like we didn't align on number 4, so make sure you
Yeah.
revisit that.
Figure it out and
Figure it
own
out.
up to it.
Our
I
vote,
think it's
yeah. I
Yeah, but
don't
if
understand.
option 2, they don't have an option at all for the 4th option, and that's where the difference is.
No,
well, they would.
can approve the 4th option
they can
even if we say
override
no. Yeah,
even our
they can override
denial.
our.
Yeah.
Or we don't have to do anything this evening, and we could come back in April.
Yeah.
And we could say, staff, why don't you work on this a little bit, see what you can tweak out for us?
It's
That might get a consensus, and then we can vote on it in April.
I don't know what else
You
there
know,
would be to
I'm
do.
fine
It
with 1 or
seems-
2 because I
yeah,
feel like they're the
either
same
one.
thing. So
Yeah.
it's fine. Yeah.
hold up, we got somebody.
Come on up.
Come on up.
We have never closed that.
Right.
It's more of a question than anything else, I guess. I'm curious if anyone's approached the Jewel property management owners or whatever that is to say, hey, how can the city work with you to redevelop that whole piece of property? Meaning if they wanted to move stores to the front, how can the city help them develop that property? Has that ever been approached? Or, I don't know. And the second question I have tonight is, it seems like one of the concerns is parking in the downtown area. If we really don't think that we're going to be able to sell the fire station, why not demolish it and put in parking there and see if that even impacts traffic to the downtown area by having more parking available? It might not be the 185 parking spots, but maybe it's 50. Would that be enough to say, hey, we got 10% more foot traffic if we build a parking garage or find a partnership
Yeah.
in maybe behind Jewel or off like behind Dunkin' Donuts to put in a parking structure to support what you're trying to accomplish after doing a small test area. It doesn't say that the parking lot has to be where the old fire station was. It's just temporary blacktop or something, stripe it, and
Yep.
that's
Sure. I think it's
those
clear
are
we.
just sort of questions. I don't know if that's
Sure.
guidance or whatever.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's clear we've got more work to do on the parking issue. Anybody else for any kind of germane comments that you must make so we can
Yeah,
close this
I
out?
noticed that the committee is somewhat divided, and I've listened to all the comments that have come from the people that took the time to come here, and I think that I would sooner vote no than vote yes on an experiment, because when you're voting on an experiment and the experiment explodes, who pays to fix the it just doesn't make any sense. We need more answers than and the traffic. We've stated how much the traffic is going to be worse going down the 2 lanes than keeping it at 4. I mean, that's just common sense. So I just think it's a bad idea, and that we should think about who's going to pay for it to fix it once we do it. We go to the taxpayers. Here again, we're looking for, well, we don't know how much money we're going to get from the state. Just like the Park District with their pickleball courts. Well, we get a $620,000 grant. Oh, by the way, you guys got to pay $620,000 too for another outdoor pickleball court. Instead of building an indoor
Yeah.
pickleball court
Understood.
and making
Yeah,
the money.
that's a different
it's the same
issue.
thing here.
Yep, that's a, yep.
It's the same thing here. Do we spend money and make a mistake and they go, oh my God? Well, let's go back to the
Yep.
taxpayers. We'll get some more money. I just think it's a bad idea. And all of you should vote no because of the the people that showed up here tonight that showed the interest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, with all that being said, it sounds like we've got enough to approve everything except for section 4. That's really our only.
Or like that, or like Mrs. Sheehan said, let's table it and let's get some.
Well,
information.
I would be not in favor of that.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I would be in favor of tabling it.
I mean, if we got everyone on board with the first 3, like, why not just approve those 3, right? And say no to the
fourth one.
Yeah.
You mean number 4?
Yeah,
You mean
four.
5 and 6 are okay, that's number 4 that they want to defer.
Sorry, I'm talking about the
Section
4
4.
colored.
Section four.
The parking.
Yeah.
The
Section
whole
4.
Golf
Right,
would need a little
right.
bit more
Yeah.
work,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, well, I think,
I think the public proves that tonight, so.
sure. No, these are all valid points. There's different opinion here. I think the best approach to preserve most flexibility and move things forward is to take a vote to approve everything except for section 4 parking and see what happens with that. Again, the city council can disregard everything we do tonight and do whatever they want to do, or take our views and votes into consideration. So I think, yes, now we're going to, I think we're ready to finally close the public hearing.
So,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt, but
Please.
an important technical point that I may refer to the attorney on if he needs to speak further.
Yeah.
Yeah, can
I
you
wrote
pass the
down-
mic?
Sorry, yeah. I wrote down that you guys opened the public hearing for items 4 through 6, and you can't close the public hearing without having addressed items 5 and 6.
well, can we continue the public hearing in 5 and 6 to a later date, which I think we probably were going to anyway?
I guess, but realistically, the vote should be taken after the public hearing is closed, and you've got a public hearing that's open for 3 different items.
That's true.
So, I'm not saying that that means you have to continue it, but there is still a presentation on, I don't even know if it's, there's still a presentation on the zoning amendment that is proposed and the map amendment that's proposed. So,
No good deed goes unpunished.
We got a punt, is
I'm
what you're
not
saying.
saying you have to punt. What I'm saying is you could close the public hearing. However, there's still, I'm assuming you have another presentation or 2, right?
So, I mean,
Sorry.
we could continue, we can continue the other 2. We'll have to keep going here.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You can continue the
Haven't we-
public hearing and then maybe,
You could be here into midnight.
it's tricky to take a vote on 1 of 3 items that were opened at the same time. Am I wrong, by the way? Please tell me I'm wrong. That we opened 4, 5, and 6. So I'm not sure that procedurally it is correct to close one of them. I've never had that happen. So,
Do we anticipate different comments on items number 5 and number 6? I feel like the public hearing kind of encapsulated all 3 in a way. Am I wrong in that? Because just to recap, Glenn, because it's 2 hours ago now. The first thing is incorporating this into the city comprehensive plan, right? That's the first vote. Second vote is creating a town center zoning district. And then third vote is changing the zoning designation of certain properties and ending the development moratorium. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
3 hearings, potentially 3 votes. So, yeah.
So I guess for the commissioner, then, like, I feel like we've heard the
Right, I think we know.
thoughts on all 3, so could potentially vote if we needed to.
I'd be in favor of trying to push this through. If you all want to do quickie presentations, we can open up for any quick final comments. And then I think if I had to guess, I think I know how we would all vote on those. So I'm assuming those would be a lot quicker.
Yes.
You guys want to, you brains want to talk about it? And,
Yeah, we can recess.
Yeah, give us let's take a 5-minute recess here.
all right.
Bathroom break.
I had to sneak it in early.
Actually, we talked about all 3 of them.
Well, I thought we did talk about
we're still on matter 4 for now, but I think, we've got a direction forward, but I want to take a quick straw poll to make sure I understand what everyone's views is on this proposal, which is to, where I think we left off, which is to approve the plan, the study, rather, with the exception of section 4, which is parking. So I would vote for that.
I would vote for it, yep. With the exception of item 4, yes, I would vote for it.
Okay.
I don't think we've had enough discussion about the other items to go ahead and adopt the comprehensive plan, because we're talking about text amendments and
Oh, we're not
amendments.
talking about
We haven't
that.
even seen the presentation.
Sure.
So,
I think you're
I
talking
get
about
it.
punting those two, right, or putting them to the
Yeah,
next.
I think we're gonna punt those, but your point's noted, Commissioner Sheehan.
thank you.
You guys okay with?
Yep.
Diet is number 4.
Yeah, excluding the road diet. Okay. Okay, I think we've got enough critical mass there to reach some kind of vote on that, the scope of that matter. So before we get to that, what we're going to do is we're going to have a vote on matter 4, and we're going to close the public hearing as to matter 4 only. We're continuing matters 5 and 6 till the next. Would it be a regular meet? Are we going to do regular, or is that TBD, or?
That, you do need to pick a date tonight.
Okay.
It's up to you if you'd like to pick a date for a special meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the mic on. So you do have to pick a date tonight. You have to continue it to a date certain. It's up to you if you'd like to pick a date for a special meeting, or if you just would like to go to your next regular meeting on April 1st, April Fools.
You can't do that day, that's election night. That's election night. It's gotta be April 2nd.
Yeah, which election is that?
The election, it's on April 1st. It's for the election of your people who run your area, the aldermen, and I don't know beyond that.
Yeah, our annual meeting notice had it on the 1st, and you can call it on the 2nd. Nothing.
I'm just saying it's election night. I can come here. It doesn't matter to me.
Is it illegal to hold it on election night, or we can still hold it, right?
I don't believe it's illegal.
Okay, so.
It might be
Inconvenient.
Sure. Well, is there anything to be gained by having a special meeting before the regular?
Only if
Or
you
we
think you need 2 meetings worth of time for discussion.
Okay.
What else do you have for the April meeting?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Good question.
One special use permit. And we won't let anyone else in, we promise.
Move it to the 2nd.
Yeah.
I would say let's go to the April 2nd.
just to be on the safe side, I'd say.
Yeah, we're hearing, so a special meeting, not really special, Wednesday, April 2nd, to avoid the election day thing entirely.
Okay. We'll do that. We'll continue the public hearing in matters 5 and 6 until the next meeting, which will be a special meeting, April 2nd, 2025 at 7 p.m. So can I have a motion to close the public hearing in matter 4 and to continue the public hearing? Or do we need 2 separate motions, council? Or would you recommend 2 separate, or?
I would do it in 2 motions. I would have a motion to close.
Sure. Got it.
The public hearing as applied to item 4. And then I would have a motion to continue the public hearing on items 5 and 6 until April 2nd.
Sure, got it. Okay, can I have a motion to close the public hearing in matter 4?
I'll motion to close the public hearing for the comprehensive land plan use amendment for the Kirchhoff Road corridor study.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Leone. By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. With 6 yeses and 0 nos, the motion to close the public hearing, matter number 5.
No, number 4.
Sorry, number 4 is granted. Now, before the vote, can I have a motion to continue the public hearings in matters 5 and 6? That being the text
Shouldn't we
amendment.
vote on number 4 first?
We can do that later. So continue the public hearing in matters 5 and 6 till the next, till the special meeting, which is now set for April 2nd, 2025. Can I have a motion in that regard?
I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing text amendment and create a new TC and a public hearing zoning amendment change number 5 and 6 to be continued to April 2nd, 2025.
Motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Burchard. By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. 6 yeses and 0 nos. The motion carries, and the public hearing in matters 5 and 6 are now continued to that date. Now we have a sample motion as to matter 4, which is all we're voting on tonight, prepared by staff with an amendment as agreed in a straw poll by the majority of the commissioners to exclude approval for item or section 4 of matter 4. So can I have a motion to approve the recommendation of the study with that exception?
I'll make a motion for the public hearing of comprehensive land use and plan amendment based upon the submitted petition and testimony. I move that the Rolling Meadows Planning Commission make the findings of fact that provided and recommend to the City Council except for section 4 of this plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
Okay, I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Leone. Staff, could you please call the roll?
Certainly. Commissioner Burchard?
Yes.
Commissioner Gherkin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sheehan?
No.
Commissioner Leone?
Yes.
Commissioner Modi?
Yes.
And Chair Buckingham?
Yes, for the reasons previously stated. So with 5 yeses and 1 no, the motion for recommendation to approve with that modification is granted and will be forwarded to City Council for first reading at their meeting March 11th, 2025. That concludes matter 4. Matters 5 and 6 will be continued. So that's it for that. And is there anything else that staff wants to present in terms of discussion items,
No
updates?
discussion items, no staff reports, no updates this
Okay.
evening, Mr. Chairman.
You
He is like, go home.
You're gonna leave us hanging for next time.
You'll have to wait for
Oh
the
my
next
God.
half-hour-long presentation. I'm sure if you wait.
All right, well, something to look forward to. Okay, thank you for that. Can I have a motion to approve the adjournment of tonight's meeting?
I'll motion to approve the adjournment of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for March 4th, 2025.
Motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
Happily second.
Seconded by Commissioner Modi. By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. 6 yeses and 0 nos. The motion carries and the meeting is adjourned as of 11:10 p.m. Commission's next meeting will be April 2nd, 2025 at 7 p.m. Thanks, everyone, for your participation. Good night.
Wait, actually.